the faith we place in each other, states the governor. She declares that the vast majority of law enforcement officers in the community are good people, and she will not allow their hard work and dedication to be betrayed by those few who dishonor their profession. The governor has asked the public to provide information about corruption and called on Attorney General Levin Camacho to investigate and prosecute abuses of power in any agency or branch of government. She also calls on the legislature to work with her and fix the Guam Community Police Review Commission, which has remained dormant and ineffective despite it being reconstituted years ago. In addition, the governor says she will require any person permanently appointed to lead a law enforcement agency or become its deputy to be subject to the same polygraph and psychological evaluations as a director of the same agency, whether they are subject to legislative confirmation or not. These new policies, says the governor, are not meant to persecute those who faithfully enforce the law. She says they are meant to punish the lawless. The Guam Solid Waste Authority has fallen victim to an email fraud which has resulted in the loss of about $267,000. According to a release from the governor's office, someone posing as a GSWA vendor sent an email to the Solid Waste Authority asking that their bank account number and financial institution be changed. Without verifying the sender of the email as required, certain GSWA personnel made the change and then paid out the $267,000 to the fraudulent vendor. GSWA has been unable to track down where the money went. The personnel involved at GSWA were not named. The scam prompted the governor to send a letter to GSWA Board Chairman Andy Gale suggesting that the agency take corrective action to prevent this from happening again. The governor, however, also said that the incident should not be used to argue that the island's trash management agency is not capable of managing its own affairs outside of federal receivership. We'll have more news after this.
Want to grow your business, start a new venture, or stay ahead of the competition? You can. With Docomo Pacific Smart Business Solutions tailored to your specific needs and ambitions, you can do it all. Partner with a network with best-in-class network coverage, state-of-the-art communication platforms, and a team dedicated to providing you with premium support. Call 688-2677 to start your journey to success today. Docomo Pacific Business, delivering your future today.
Well, everybody's heard about the bird. The bird, bird, bird.
Circle K has a 3-pound rotisserie chicken, now available for the introductory price of $9.99. It's the biggest, tastiest, and most affordable rotisserie chicken of its kind on island. Save even more by getting a family meal with 2 sides and a bottle of wine for only $25.99. The Circle K rotisserie chicken. Get yours today. Circle K. Take it easy.
11 minutes past 6 a.m. here at The Point. Governor Lulian Guerrero has decided to approve a lease on Guam DOE's Building E in Tidzin to the Guahan Academy Charter School. Guam DOE and Guahan Academy have been feuding over use of the building. Guam DOE maintains they're already using the facility for their special education division and for the Language Revitalization Center. In a letter yesterday to Guam DOE Superintendent John Fernandez, the governor wrote she was saddened that months of cooperative work towards the shared use of Building E did not result in a lease between the charter school and Guam DOE. She said she had hoped Guam DOE would agree to share the facility with GAX, but since that didn't happen, the governor said she is now forced to approve a lease with only Guahan Academy Charter School. A lockdown was implemented at George Washington High School yesterday morning after a photo posted on social media showed a student with what appeared to be a real handgun tucked into his pants. The lockdown was declared about 9:30 a.m., and students were advised to shelter in place. Guam police were called to the Manilao campus to investigate. Following a search of the entire campus, Guam DOE spokeswoman Isa Baza said a toy gun was found. 3 students were involved, said Baza, and they will be disciplined in accordance with Guam DOE policies. The all-clear was sounded about 11:30. The lockdown was lifted. In a statement, Guam DOE Superintendent John Fernandez said, "We thank the Guam Police Department for assisting our school administration and commend our school personnel for the swift response. After today's incident, the superintendent said that he hopes students will realize that what they do online can lead to serious consequences. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now take a look at our weather.
Just kind of raising a generation of stupid kids. It's just some of the evidence that we're seeing of that is just appalling in this community. 6:12 in the morning. All right, let's take a look at that weather. Partly sunny skies today with isolated showers and thunderstorms. Going to be beautiful. North winds 10 to 15 miles an hour, decreasing after sunset. Expected highs today 88 degrees, and overnight lows should be about 78 degrees. Sunrise and sunset 12, almost 12, exactly 12 hours apart. Sunrise this morning was at 6:10. Sunset tonight will be at 10 after 6 in the evening. Why is that? What's the Cosmos telling us?
Well, that's our, basically it's our equinox. It comes along a little later than the actual equinox because we're below the 23, the Tropic of Cancer, which is at 23 and a half degrees. And so that's just kind of how it goes, and our days will keep getting shorter until we get on to the solstice in December. And actually, our days will continue to shorten for about a couple of weeks after that as well. As things get kind of repositioned. So that's just kind of how it goes here.
Nice, nice. All right, so welcome to the equinox, ladies and gentlemen, and the daytime that is as long as the nighttime is going to be. All right, that's groovy. Let's take a look at that weather radar there, Duke Sky Talker, and tell me what you're seeing in that science.
Yeah, now, when we remember what we were looking at yesterday, Reddit, towards the end of the show on satellite, we were seeing a little tail of moisture that we said has to come on through, and it had to come through last night. That's when it did. We had a few showers, even some thunder and lightning out there just a little bit as we got through the very, very early morning hours. That's all moving away now, and we're having drier air build in from the east as high pressure builds on in. That's going to keep things dry for us right on through the rest of this week and into this weekend. We'll go to satellite real quick here. We'll see what's going on as this line of showers clears on out. And you can see that's really all there is, just that little line of showers as it moves on through. Yep. And so the trough itself has passed to the south. That's why we're getting the northerly winds, and it's going to get squashed down by this high pressure that's coming in. You look off to the northeast, you see those nice pinks in the picture. That's very dry air that's there, so that'll dry things out, keep it from raining on us too much. Again, looking good for us. We've got 92W Invest that's way, way far to the east. Models right now showing that it will bring some moisture into the area early next week, but it's not real sure what form it will be when it arrives.
Just find the umbrella that you lost the other day. 6:15 in the morning. That's news and weather together here on The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 65 years. It's the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by American President Lines. We've got the global presence with a local home and the guys over at Wendy's, and they've got something fantastic that they want to share with you. I'm sorry, it's the dumbest gag on radio, but it's the only thing I've got. Where is the best breakfast value on Guam? It's at Wendy's. Try any of their 5 local breakfast platters, eggs, rice, and breakfast meat. That's right, breakfast meat for only $4. What kind of breakfast meat? Well, they're pretty good at Applewood smoked bacon over there. Portuguese sausage, country fried chicken and gravy. It's Wendy's breakfast platter, $4. That's the real deal at breakfast. Wendy's, now that's better. You okay there? You want to do the news again? Not me. Welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. What happened? Did you jump an hour?
Yeah, I'm not real sure. That one isn't there right now. Hold on.
How about that? It's all right. It's all right. We'll just start the program here, 6:16. I'll keep going, and you can find the appropriate music bed if you want to. Welcome to the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3. 93. This is The Point. My name is Ray. I got Mike over there trying to sort out how the news bed plays instead of the welcome aboard music. It's all right. Don't worry about that. What is it, Wednesday? It is Wednesday morning. Things like that bound to happen.
The show opener has been deleted, and I don't know how.
Wow, cool.
Yeah, it's just not there.
You know what? We'll take advantage of that and use that as an opportunity to find another show opener. Maybe there's another piece of music that you can play over there just to make you feel like you're still on the ball, like you still got it going on. Just anything there, big guy.
sports bets, that's not bad in a pinch.
Sports, beginning of the program, doesn't make any difference. All right, that's Duke Sky Talker trying to save his job. And my name is Ray. I got Kevin Kerrigan over here from the Guam Daily Post. Who, near as I can tell, you're doing okay with all of your technology. It's all in the right place. Everything's on, right?
Half a Wednesday, Ray.
Welcome to it. And a ton of stories, ton of great stories on the Guam Daily Post that we're going to get to talk about. $267,000 worth of,
Whoops.
over at,
Where did it go?
At the Guam Solid Waste Authority. You know, there was a once upon a time, I remember it was years and years ago, I was working at a radio station. We were talking about trying to find new and different ways to bring up the revenue. And it occurred to me, I said, there's a bunch of businesses out here with just a little old lady in accounting, and she's the kind of lady that if you send her a bill, she'll just pay it. Never mind whether there's, anything attached to the invoice, any kind of justification for it at all. You just, radio advertising, Ray Gibson Show. Is that $700? Okay, we'll send a check for $700 and cover the payment without ever asking questions. And it sure does look like maybe that was the case here. Somebody sent him a bill for $267,000 and somebody just dutifully paid it. Wrote out a check and stuck a stamp on an envelope, and at least that's the way I think is what happened in this story. There's a whole bunch more left to the story, and of course an opportunity for the governor of Guam to do some finger wagging in the direction of Andrew Gale. More on that in a little bit. Indicted mayor seeks release from jail. If I was in jail, I'd seek release as well. That would be the first thing I asked a lawyer is there any way you can get me out of here? Is that possible? So maybe they're working on a couple of stories like that. And the governor is asking for an investigation into the abuse of power, and that's part of the address that they sent over from the governor's office. Right? Is a conversation about an investigation. You talked about it of power, and it's one of those things. There's a story that maybe you've seen online about the bee being declared the most important living being on the planet. I beg to differ. I think it's Governor Lulian Guerrero that is the most important being on the planet. They sent out a release yesterday and it said, okay, here's the link to the YouTube video of the governor's address, but because I don't know why, they embargoed it until 6 o'clock this morning. Whatever it was, the statements that she had in that story, the statements that she had in her address were so important, and so I don't we could not possibly have had that playing on the YouTubes over the middle of the night.
Maybe she's going to tell us how many licks it takes to get to the middle of a Tootsie Roll Tootsie Pop.
The most important being on the planet would know something along those lines, right? So I mean, this is when I clicked on the link this morning. This is basically what I got. Private video. Sign in if you've been granted access to the video. No, it'll play now, right? Yeah, because it's after 6 o'clock in the morning. But I'm just showing that's what it looked like when I clicked on it earlier today, because it was embargoed. We embargoed it. It was embargoed along the lines of a federal mission that we've dispatched our lieutenant governor on. We've embargoed the address, like another governor was going to get their hands on it and steal her thunder. I don't know. 6:21 in the morning. All right, we'll get around to that.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
We're complete again.
I had to give Pat a beer. That's what happened. Yeah.
There we go. All right, now kill it. We could let this thing run out. It does like another 7 minutes worth of this song,
About
right?
5 minutes. Yeah, I
like
got the short version.
Big old Miko Minardo piece from a long time ago. Anyway, where am I supposed to be? Put me back on the camera. 888-8255-888-TALK is my telephone number. Bunch of other ways that you can get a hold of me. Line up with the WhatsApp at 988-5874. Once again, it's 988-5874. And if you're looking for an excuse to send me something, just so that I'm in your contacts, the radio station WhatsApp is in your contacts, 988-5874. Go ahead and send me a picture of what sunrise is looking like at your place. Another morning with some crepuscular rays on it. I took that about 5 minutes away from 6 o'clock, and the sun was
those are nice,
looking like it was headed towards the horizon. And I thought that's going to make a nice picture on the Facebook Live here and the YouTube Lives and all of that. And like I said, you're more than welcome to send me what you have got as well. But before we do anything else, let me first say good morning to everybody hanging out on Facebook Live.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name.
Right on, and everybody seems to be all huddled up and nice around here. What have we got here? As Al Bautista's online. Actually, I don't know why, but the system had to restart. Must have been a Wednesday thing. Not necessarily restart, but the feed clicked off, and I had to click it back on. So anybody that was in the top 10 in the first round probably got shuffled up into the second round. So I'll assume that everybody here made the top 10. Al Bautista's there. I got Rico Blancaflor, Ismael at number 3. Marilu Bersimon at number 4. I see Anita Muffness with the pretty Valentine's eyes. Heather Perez, Nick Perlowski, Nate Horn's on there, and Nate and Annette Unpinko Ada are online. And rounded out top 10 is John Ray. And then we've got Marianne Tyron St. Nicholas is there, James Howard, Sandra De Leon Guerrero, who's a little bit upset because she leaves the office early so that she can, because she's off in the States, she leaves the office early so she can get home in time to be able to click on the feed. And we were there, and then we weren't there. Sorry about that, sweetheart. We'll make it up to you maybe by Man Buns this morning. We'll see what happens. Incidentally, Man Buns is not man buns. It's the man bun that Blake Watson sometimes wear in the sports world. JZ Taminglu is hanging out. So is Mingo Ree Smug Wimp in Japanese saying good morning to everybody. Gina Kono is there. Vivian Cunningham. Gwen Taminglu is online. I see Smug who says we'll never know the idiot who screwed up at the Guam Solid Waste Authority. You know what? That's the sadness, and you're probably right. Governor Leon Guerrero talking about some new policies that probably should have been policy from the beginning. We'll get those quotes for you again a little bit later on. Sherry Lynn DeFantorum is online. Lynn Vince, Borja Polino, Melissa Salas Akimoto is there. So is Margaret Blas saying good morning, Ray. Zanitao Tao Guam. It's good to hear from you as well. Ken LG, the other Governor Leon Guerrero, is online. I see Joe Dizon and Randy Kruger's hanging out. Pat Norma, Jean Flores, Pam Duvall up in Gigo is saying good morning. And I was talking about some real stupid kids that we seem to be raising these days. Think it's funny to walk around to send up a note in social media with the toy gun stuff down their pants saying, GW, you better watch it. And what? JG says, Ray, it's the water. Then again, maybe it is the generation that we've got and parents on ice and raising stupid kids. Steven Stettenbotz is out there. I see Bob Lizama, George Rangil with an announcement here. Ungil Tutao, as an FYI, Palauans on Guam will be celebrating the 25th Palau Independence Day coming up Saturday, the 5th, starting at 10 o'clock, Ipao Beach. You were invited to join us and be my guest. We will be at the, you're writing it in, it's a Palauan word that I'm never, ever going to be able to say. Yeah. The Narem Lengui.
Bless you.
Thank you. Look for Yoich. National and state leaders from Palau, including His Excellency Tommy Remengesau, Jr., the president and members of the National Congress, will be here celebrating as well. Cool. Keena McCausland is online, and Keena saying good morning and hello from sunny and cold Vancouver, Washington. Carl T.C. Gutierrez, you might recognize him, former governor of Guam, and the governor of Vipan Telefofo, Jeff Pleadwell, is online. Nice to see you there. Bring the sunshine back there, Gov. Vince Duenas is hanging out. And Keena McCausland, did you pick the right team last night? And the answer is yes, I picked the right team last night. I picked, who was it, Philadelphia? No, at Pittsburgh. I picked Pittsburgh over Cincinnati, and Pittsburgh ended up winning it. So my count for the football pick'ems in the third suck week of the NFL season is 7. I got 7.
I should just quit.
You got 6. I beat you.
I got 5.
You got 5?
Yeah, it was just I don't even remember the last time I only got 5
in a weekend. Kev, what did you end up with? Do you remember? Did you look?
Let's see.
All right, he's going to look that up.
6.
You got 6. Yeah. I got 6, 7, and
I took Pittsburgh yesterday.
Yeah. So there we go. At least a few of us made it out, but none of us in double digits. I don't think.
The only people I beat were the ones that didn't pick.
Tom Williamson is online saying good morning, Ray. Nice to see you there. Greg Karabrock, Tom Tahaji is online, and so is Cousin Troy saying good morning to everybody. Sabine Chargaloff, how you feeling after the trench? Asking Troy how you feeling after the trench. Maybe you'll come up with some kind of an answer. Ken LG saying, because of the way Gov Guam protects themselves from accountability, we will never learn the name of the person who screwed up at solid waste so badly. There will never be any actions. They more than likely will keep their jobs and probably get promoted. The one thing we can count on is that ratepayers and taxpayers are going to end up eating the cost of this screw up. That is why I'm working to put a Corrupt Practices Act bill in place so taxpayers can file actions against government employees and officials who screw up or abuse their position in such a way as to cost the taxpayers money. Yep, Mark Cruz waving at me this morning. I see Gerard Affligui, and click on Gerard's name if you can, and see what he is up to. Still working on making some money, raising some money for his big picture book with recipes and all of that stuff. Heather Perez, 7 seems to be my lucky number on the pick'ems. Well, good luck to you. We've got another week of football pick'ems and an anxiety-free day, if you will. So we've got today and tomorrow, so you can just take a look at the teams that are playing, all of the different matchups that we've got in the football's pick'ems, and then make a few choices. The real anxiety doesn't begin until our Friday when the games actually start getting played.
That's right.
And for a lot of us last week, it was a disastrous first game, and then we just all kind of, I don't know, this fetal position as we tried to survive the rest of the weekend.
We have a new weekly winner, though, and we'll get to that during sports.
Oh,
We'll talk
nice,
about
nice.
that.
Okay, so
somebody
it's-
else finally, but they actually tied Ming. But they tied with 11, but they get the nod because of tiebreakers.
Tiebreakers in there.
We'll talk about that.
I see that. 6:28 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. And so we got a couple of other things that I think are going to be interesting. At some point, and I'll give you plenty of warning when it comes up, I am going to play the governor's address, and it is going to be her addressing to the degree that she can as governor, the amount of corruption that seems to start to bubble up to the surface and get a little bit more attention now that a mayor has been arrested and is languishing in jail. But there's a few other stories that I think are of interest. And one that came to me yesterday, I was at the grand opening of the brewery, the Tap House's brewery, the Guam brewery, as it were. And somebody come up to me and said, "Hey, did you hear this story?" And then Kevin Kerrigan sent me a link to the story, and it is the genesis of the name of the program today, where we've got the theme of the program is Meat, Red Meat. Because many of you, for a long, long time, have stopped eating and chewing on red meat. Why is that? Because for years, quote, science has been telling you that red meat is bad and it's going to clog your arteries and it's going to give you heart attacks and you're going to die in your 40s. And they started looking around and said, you know what? We're having a hard time finding any real scientific evidence that supports that fact. Eat less red meat, scientists said. Now, some believe that was bad advice. The evidence is too weak to justify telling individuals to eat less beef and pork. According to new research, the findings erode public trust, some critics say, and that's going to be the gist of a fight that is going to be taking place maybe for the rest of our natural lives. Is you've got people that for years and years and years had been preaching the don't eat red meat, don't eat this, don't eat that. Like I said, you're going to die early and you're going to have heart attacks and clogged arteries and stuff like that. And researchers finally took a look at some of the research that led to that and discovered over time that, you know what a bunch of malarkey. There was not enough actual scientific evidence and fact that was used to support all of that. But it's still going to be a controversy, and the reason why is because there are whole industries popping up of people saying, yeah, red meat's bad for you, so start eating our Frankenstein meat. Some of the stuff that goes into those vegan burgers and all of that. And so we've got an industry that's popped up to support that. Plus you've got people now that are ringing the environmental alarm that are saying, well, you know, what's all these people are raising all this cattle and they're knocking down ancient forests to be able to do that, to make grazing lands, and a cow is really, really bad for the environment. And so that's going to be a fight for a long time. But in the meantime, our suggestions are, if you are going to be thinking about going to get something to eat for breakfast, have a steak. Go find someplace that'll cook up a T-bone steak or roast beef for breakfast. Why not? Meat, red meat. It's 6:32 in the morning, and about time for headlines from the Guam Daily Post. Here's Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. And the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning, Guam Police Chief Steve Ignacio confirming for the Guam Daily Post that he met with the FBI yesterday to discuss the case against Junior Mayor Jesse Blas, who was arrested on federal bribery and extortion allegations last week. Mayor Blas has denied taking money from a meth dealer in exchange for allowing the dealer to use postal service boxes outside the Junior Mayor's office. Chief Ignacio said he spoke with the FBI about the allegations brought up during testimony in federal court last week by FBI Special Agent Rafael Fernandez. The testimony mentioned Department of Corrections Deputy Director Joey Terlahi who has since resigned, an unnamed Guam police officer, and certain unnamed Judiciary of Guam marshals as all being involved in the mayor's alleged dealings. Chief Ignacio said that Guam police are not privy to the information the FBI has, but we understand they have an investigation ongoing, and we don't know the identities of the people who are alleged to be involved, he said. The chief said that we cannot move forward because we do not have any names. We don't know which officer the FBI is investigating, he said. In related news, Junior Mayor Jesse Blas says he's being held in violation of the law and his detention should be revoked. His attorney, Joseph Rosano, filed a motion for his release in district court yesterday, arguing that the government and magistrate judge failed to provide a legal justification to keep Mayor Blas in custody. The junior mayor was arrested by federal agents last week after he was indicted by a federal grand jury on bribery and extortion allegations. Blas has pleaded not guilty. In his motion, attorney Rosano argues that Blas has no significant criminal record and the government does not allege that he committed a crime of violence. Magistrate Judge Joaquin Manabusin ordered Blas be held behind bars pending trial because the government alleged he is a danger to the community. But Rosano contends the court made an error. He argues the plain language from Congress confirms that the order to detain Blas was erroneous. A bill to raise the minimum wage on Guam to $9.25 an hour within the next 2 years was moved to the voting file by Guam lawmakers yesterday without objection. All 10 Democratic senators have signed on as sponsors of the minimum wage increase bill. That's more than enough for passage and enough to overcome the unlikely possibility of a veto. Governor Leon Guerrero has already declared her support for the measure. Guam Chamber of Commerce, however, opposes the legislation. In a statement issued ahead of the public hearing back in June, the chamber said that the minimum wage should be directly related to worker productivity and economic expansion and not done through a government mandate. Senator Joe San Augustine introduced the bill, Bill number 136, saying it would responsibly raise Guam's minimum wage in two 50-cent increments, the first increment taking effect in March of next year. The next 50-cent increment would take effect in March of 2021, lifting the minimum wage finally to $9.25 an hour. Senator San Augustine yesterday said our business community received federal and local tax breaks last year, and it's time to pay it forward, he said. Session resumes at 10 o'clock this morning. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
I can do that 6:35 in the morning. Swing by the nearest iConnect later on today and find out how they can save you some money with their incredible, what's it called now? What are we going to refer to this as? The tax refund promo that they've got, where you buy a year's worth of service from iConnect and they'll give you a free month and throw in a free phone. Terms and conditions apply. Find out what they are by calling 888-8888.
Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with a true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine. A bistro look that feels like home. Their menu features local and traditional flavors with a twist. From their famous Kelaguen Hafa to fresh ahi poke salad and their award-winning barbecue ribs. Mescla takes your favorite local dishes and serves them with extra flair that you'll only find at Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Stop by their newest location in the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon. For reservations, call 969-2652. Mescla, a true taste of Guam.
It's 6:36 in the morning. 888-8255 is the telephone number around here. Let me know if you're in the front of any or the back of any accidents that are happening on Guam's roadways. Don't see anything moving too slowly right about now. You might see a little bit of a backup on Macheche as you make your way towards the intersection with the KFC down there for breakfast. Yeah, they do breakfast over at KFC. Maybe you've heard. A couple of other spots where we might be seeing traffic slow down in and around the intersection of 1 and 3 as you're making your way towards it from Dededo. You might see a little bit of line of traffic trying to get past there, but it clears up as soon as you do. We'll start to busy up again just around the St. John's area and over by Kmart and John F. Kennedy's intersection. All the other roadways seem to be running clear. 16's looking good right now. Don't see too much traffic on Route 10, and then we get to Route 4 and 8, and things are looking pretty good there. Nothing major slowing you down into the downtown Agutnia area. Guam High's looking clean. So is the intersection of 1 and 2 down in Sumai. 6:37. That's right now traffic here on The Point.
Take Care Wellness presents the 7th Save the Susu Dance Fitness Fundraiser, October 19th from 6 to 8 p.m. at Tizen High School. Tickets are $10 in advance, $15 the day of the event, and $5 for kids ages 6 to 12. Tickets are available at Take Care Wellness, Guam Cancer Care, and through Marissa Collins. Grand prize for the raffle is a round-trip ticket to Asia or Micronesia from United Airlines. All proceeds benefit Guam Cancer Care. This message is made possible by the stations of Choice Broadcasting.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show.
Oh, there's a line that I learned a few years ago. I was at a convention somewhere, and they were talking about the different solutions to different problems. And one of the things that the guy said, and it always struck me, is, yeah, I guess there's something to that, is when you're walking around with a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And you feel like I gotta do something about this. I gotta tamp that thing down. I gotta tighten that up here. And so here we are in a day and age. Oh, welcome back to the program. It's the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3. I'm Ray. Kevin's got more news for you at the top of the hour after Fox News. Michael Knight's going to set a couple of things up for us this hour. But getting back to the stream of consciousness here, as I say, whenever you've got a hammer in your hand, everything looks like a nail. And here we are where we've got a mayor that's sitting in a jail cell somewhere. Because he has been alleged by the Federal Bureau of Investigation and others of carrying on with a woman and having her use these U.S. Post Office cluster boxes in the village to facilitate the distribution of crystal methamphetamine, the actual scourge, and I think the root of everything that is bad on Guam these days. So in the allegations, in the arraignment, you might have heard some of that conversation. In the arraignment, the FBI officer made other allegations, and it seems like the beginning of a dragnet involving this mayor could lead into places like the Guam Police Department, the Marshal Service here on Guam, and who knows who else. As somebody mentioned to me yesterday, we're compromised. Public safety here on Guam is compromised, and we've got to get around to figuring out how to uncompromise ourselves that way. So I imagine that there's going to be a bevy of interrogations and investigations that are going to be going on. But is it not so? Is it not so? Even though there might not be any evidence at the top to support it, now. Oh, because we're carrying a hammer and everything looks like a nail. Now, because we believe that there is so much controversy and corruption, now everything looks like corruption. GSWA scammed out of $267,000. Is this a case of cybercrime? That is just gone rampant. Somebody wasn't paying attention and following protocols on bill paying inside GSWA, and as it turns out, they were scammed by somebody in the dark internet? Or is it a case of local corruption? What do you think? What's the ponderment in your head on this one, huh? It's interesting, no? And you know, if you want to, pick up a copy of yesterday's Guam Daily Post, take a look at the front page of that, and does your mind not automatically close on everything, right? Everybody's involved in some great conspiracy and corruption that you don't know anything about. But I'll bet you take a look at this GSWA scam to $267,000. Are you not wondering if there might be a mayor involved here? Is there some other high-ranking member of the what is it, the deep state government of Guam that might be involved in a case of corruption? The governor wanted to jump in on that one as quickly as possible, so she wrote a letter to Andy Gale and said, in response, the governor wants answers and has directed GSWA to do the following. GSWA is going to conduct an internal review of this incident and its existing financial controls. That this internal review determines which controls or personnel failed, holding all responsible parties accountable, and a corrective action plan be implemented. Now, I don't know how they're going to, we're going to refer to as holding the responsible parties accountable, because you know how it is in the government of Guam. is they might find out who it is. They might actually be able to put a finger on a hand around the neck of the person who was responsible for making a payout of $267,000. But will we ever find out the true identity of this person? Or will that, like everything else in the government of Guam, be shrouded in the cloak of convenient personnel matters? Yeah, we're not gonna tell you who it is, because that would be a violation of their personnel rights, according to the government of Guam Book of Laws. A corrective action plan should be implemented that GSWA and other autonomous agencies adopt secure email protocols and servers protecting all relevant financial data. We don't already have that? We don't already in the government of Guam have secure email protocols? Or are we just using the same virus protection that came with the computer? You know, the one that doesn't work, the one they tell you to disable almost immediately and buy a real one? Don't know. That every employee at GSWA authorized to administer financial accounts undergo basic cyber fraud detection training. Like, we're not already doing that. Isn't that just a kick in the head, huh? 6:43 in the morning, and like I said, when you're holding the hammer, everything looks like a nail. And now that we believe that there is a lot more corruption than we ever believed there could be on Guam before, now it's possible that everything is now starting to look like corruption. And you start thinking about some of the people that might be involved there. Kevin Kerrigan pointed out just a few minutes ago that the lady in charge of the accounts over at GSWA was the same lady that was in charge of the accounts over at DOA, Kathy Kikigi.
Kathy Kikigi. She's got a great reputation. So I'm surprised something like this happened under her.
What was it that she said? Which law do you want me to break? That Kathy Kikigi is might be involved. We'll start with talking to her. Maybe, I don't know, maybe we'll call somebody over at the department, the Office of Public Accountability, and see what BJ might have to say about all of this. I got the other Governor Leon Guerrero. I'm going to let you, I've got the real Governor Leon Guerrero standing by with her heretofore embargoed address. But in the meantime, we'll go ahead and hear what you've got to say. Good morning, Ken.
Well, I think what we're seeing here at Guam Solid Waste is symptomatic of what's happening in government of Guam. Last time you and I talked, we just briefly talked on moral hazard. And, it's rife within government of Guam. I mean, everywhere you look, you see examples of this that could lead to things like this. We talked briefly about at Guam Memorial Hospital, how they're spending $100,000 to send someone to London for a seminar they could attend online for less than $1,000. But they're cutting the check directly to the doctor, so she's getting all the air miles that the taxpayers are paying for.
Hey.
That's just a little thing. But you take enough of these little things, then the next thing you know, you got $267,000 walking out the door because somebody, and we don't know where it went. For all we know, the person who allegedly sent it could have sent it to their own account in wherever.
Isn't it something? What the heck is going? Where's the adult supervision around here?
Well, I mean, and then you brought up another hazard that we have. If we fire this person, we're going to end up paying them their salary for the next 10 years, plus increments bonus, plus their attorney's fee. So it'll cost us $1 million to fire them for making a $267,000.
Yeah, and then they're going to end up getting their job back and with back pay.
Yeah, and it doesn't preclude them from having several jobs, in government of Guam, because all you have to do is get your supervisor's authority. They could be working at several jobs at government of Guam.
Well, one of the other things that is almost infuriating about this is and there was all of us that were worried about what was going to happen with GSWA when the receiver stopped being a part of their landscape, a part of that horizon line, and the article, at least one of the articles, points to it, and I think even the governor referred to it and says this should not be an example. This proves the contention that the federal court the Guam sources could cover GSWA better than the receiver did, because I don't ever remember the receiver losing $267,000.
No, I don't.
That's what they charged.
Yeah, that's what they charged. That's what they charged them every month, and maybe that's what it is. Maybe somebody over at Brickman, Gershon, and whatever sent over another bill, and they just said, "Yeah, pay it." What the heck?
I highly doubt that. I think it's more likely that. I mean, look at what we're faced with right now. You know, the governor is calling for an investigation from the Attorney General's office. So we have an Attorney General who is loath to investigate, quick to plea deal, and just basically hand out parking tickets instead of actually charging people with crime.
Yeah, for like our drug dealers that seem to be getting the easy get out of jail free card all the time.
Well, this is the part that's driving me nuts. It goes all the way into the governor's office because you have the governor's chief of staff begging for mercy for a drug dealer who used Home Security's office and his position to try to get drugs through without scrutiny, and a police chief that joined the parade as well. Then we have the lieutenant governor's sister who threatened a government witness against a DOC guard now working in the legislature. And for the father of the person who resigned from DOC. Then we have 10 DOC guards who basically walked and are eligible to reapply for their jobs back. So it's a circle that keeps going around and around, and we keep seeing the same names popping up.
So for clarity, Peter Santos online is saying that you're not making any sense. Doctor going to London leading to GSWA getting victimized by cybercrime and linking these conspiracy theories. Ken is not trying to link them as much as he's trying to suggest that we've got problems everywhere in the government of Guam, and nobody's watching the money. So it's, we've got people going off to London in person to attend a seminar that they could have watched online. They could have, but like I said, where's the groovy headline when you say that so-and-so watched a webinar? We want to be able to come out with headlines that say that somebody was dispatched on a medical mission to London to see the Queen.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a sexier headline than, Dr. So-and-so watched a webinar. Who cares?
Yeah, it's a pattern. I'm not linking them all together. I'm saying there is a pattern of moral hazards. We are putting people in positions of power that are putting themselves and their those closely allied to them in positions to pluck the taxpayer's pocket. Thomas Jefferson pointed it out 300 years ago. It should not be. So we should not be surprised when the people we appoint to positions of power to govern us use those powers to enrich themselves and those closely allied to them.
Yeah, well, it's got that feel to it, doesn't it? Anyway, like I said, my analogy today is the old phrase: if you're holding a hammer, then everything looks like a nail. And now every story that is going to be popping up is going to have some hint of some kind of corruption. There's going to be talk about this, and it is going to be rampant every time it looks like there's a little bit of maybe even innocent malfeasance. It's going to look like corruption, and we're going to be asking for special investigations, and the Attorney General needs to do this, that, and the other in order to satisfy all of us. And in this case,
the name of the teacher that had the gun in their truck.
They did. I want to say it was his. I'm struggling with the name now. I do know the name, and we did find out about the name of the bus driver that dropped off the kid. But we found that out kind of an indirect route. It started with the story of the shippo, Linda. And that there was an allegation made about other information that was dropped in that case that involved the lady bus driver that let those kids out. Otherwise, we would have never known. At any rate, 6:51. I got to let you run. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Okay.
All right, that's the other Governor Leon Guerrero, Ken LG, with me this morning, and just picking through the headlines and saying, gee, if it looks like corruption, if it smells like corruption, maybe it is corruption, and it is the new par for the course that we've got here on Guam. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. Issues over at Guam Memorial Hospital abound. They were down to just one working elevator, so they had to shut down the visiting hours last week so that you could use the elevator. just for doctors and patients and nurses at GMH. Come to find out, they've also got some issues with unpaid taxes coming out of the employees' accounts over at Guam Memorial Hospital and into the Department of Revenue and Taxation. Huge amounts of money. $267,000 missing over at GSWA. Well, how are we going to pay back over $8 million in taxes, penalties, and fees to the Department of Revenue and Taxation, and the abundance of other issues at Guam Memorial Hospital? Senator Therese Terlai joins me now on a How you doing, Chet?
Good morning, Ray. How are you?
You know what? I'm doing okay. Nice to hear from you, and glad that you're going to be taking a long look at Guam Memorial Hospital soon.
Hopefully, yes. That's what we scheduled this hearing prior to the session being called, and I'm not sure now if we're going to be out of session on time. But anyways, the hearing's still scheduled for tomorrow. Mm-hmm. So we'll see. I hope it goes on.
Well, it seems to me that the only controversial measure that you guys had to talk about over at the legislature was the increase in the minimum wage, and that's a slam dunk at this point. So it seems to me that you should be able to get through the rest of the legislative agenda in plenty of time to have this hearing, because I think the hearing has got to happen. I mean, it's really important as to what is going on over at Guam Memorial Hospital, and to what degree. I'm not going to call it corruption, but it seems to me that everybody seemed to have been on the same page and looking the other way when Guam Memorial Hospital was not paying all of the taxes that should have been going to Rev and Tax. What have you learned about that leading up to the oversight hearing?
Well, I think you know everything that I know, because I've heard Lillian on your show, and that it's pretty much what they. I don't know. So my understanding is that in January, when she came in, she was briefed on this issue, and that at that time they estimated the amounts to be about between $5 and $6 million. But between then and now, because of interest and penalties, it's increased to around $8 million. Why
didn't they start paying? Why didn't they start paying the arrears in January and February?
Of course, that's exactly what I want to know. That's what we're going to ask.
Why wait until the penalties get even higher?
Not only that, it's you saw our budget sessions, and we've had budget meetings, and so while I was very concerned because the amount we were going to appropriate for the hospital at first was not looking anywhere near what they had received this year. So we worked on that to make sure they get operational amounts that would keep them at least to par of what they were receiving this year, so that we don't have any cuts in services. And then, of course, they had a $57 million list of capital improvement projects, and I was with no plan of how we were going to get that. And so even that was really a challenge to try to find some money. So we ended up in the budget, you saw that kind of squeezing. If we can get any excess revenues from 2019, yes, $10 million of that should go to capital improvement projects. But of course,
we're talking about $27 million worth of potential upside from 2019.
Right. So that I'm hoping, of course, that this is one of the priorities that they're going to use that money on, because this is what's perplexing, of course, is that we met, of course, regarding the budget, and we met with the appropriations chair, and this was not an issue, and it may have been brought up in previous legislatures, but I don't recall. And of course, I guess I just would think that if there was any outstanding liability like that
somebody would have started taking care of it. We've also got issues here, and one of the bigger stories involves the divert status of their emergency room at GMH, because they've got a shortage of beds, they've got a shortage of the telemetry units, they've got a shortage of the nurses that need to take care of it. And the word from the governor's office was, well, we'll have another Hay study, we'll have another look at what we're paying people in the government of Guam, and that might lead to more money being spent on doctors and nurses at Guam Memorial Hospital. I'm going, well, if we know that that's going to be the outcome of this Hay study, let's just do it now. We don't need to commission $1 million worth of a wage study to find out that we're underpaying our nurses.
Right. So, well, what happened is I thought that they tried to take care of that. They gave nurses I think it was a 16% type of increase in pay, and it was very specific to only those nurses, while they are working at GMH, or while they are actually working at GMH, and it was supposed to be some incentive, right, for them to retain their nurses. So I was very hopeful that that would work, and I think it only was implemented a little while ago, a couple months maybe, and so now we're seeing that they still are having a consistent turnaround of nurses, that's very disappointing. And so, but I'm...
Well, it could also be, facilities issues. I mean, I might have the nursing degrees and might have the credentials, but maybe I just don't want to work in that hole that we're calling Guam Memorial Hospital. So we've got some facilities issues that need to get taken care of. I was told recently, and this is one of those things, I hope it comes up in the oversight hearing, about the efficient use of the employees, the non-medical employees they have. I'm told that there are 2 cashiers in the cafeteria, one that does the cash transactions and another one that does the credit card transactions, because the one that does the cash transactions doesn't know how to work the machine to do the credit card transactions, so we're paying 2 people to do the job of 1.
Well, I haven't heard about that particular issue, but I do, of course, Dr. Akimoto has been very vocal in his editorials about overstaffing of administrative personnel up there at GMH, and so I intend to ask him about that, but that may need its own hearing.
that one separate thing is, the non-medical personnel. What is it? What kind of money are we spending on these people, and how are we going to get some of that stuff back? All right, so
I know that they've been trying to concentrate on billing, which has been an issue in every audit, of course, right? And I was hoping these capital improvement projects and the CMS, what we need for CMS, for me, those are the priorities.
Yeah.
And everything else, of course, I mean, this is one huge, long mess, if I may say that, but I think they've made progress, and I don't want to, detract from the progress. So
let's just ask the tough questions.
But we need to definitely find out. I can't understand why we're not going to be totally upfront.
Therese, one of the things that I want to know about is all of the gambling revenue that is coming from all of these game rooms that have popped up around the island. Right. They're supposed to be going to Guam Memorial Hospital. I'd like to know what kind of revenue they're supposed to be getting versus what kind of revenue is actually in those funds. So maybe if you could put some light on that, I'd appreciate that. I've got to run. I got the news coming up, but I appreciate your time and appreciate you guys being busy over at the legislature. We'll talk some more.
All right, Ray. Take care.
I certainly will. 7 o'clock in the morning, the radio station, KUSG. I got you. Fox News Live is coming up next. On the other side of that, Kevin Kerrigan with a look at all the big stories from today's Guam Daily Post. This is The Point.
Vaping-related deaths in 2 more states. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. New Jersey just confirming its first death as a nationwide outbreak of vaping-related illnesses continues. This follows a death announcement earlier today in Nebraska. Ohio's Governor Mike DeWine now calling on state lawmakers to ban flavored vaping products.
Youth e-cigarette use has skyrocketed to what both the U.S. Surgeon General and the FDA have called, and I quote, epidemic levels.
The CDC is still investigating more than 800 illnesses in 46 states and now 15 deaths, searching for any specific cause. There's late word that the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine will not give a deposition tomorrow to a trio of House committees as planned. Fox has learned it will be rescheduled. This as Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and the committee chairman accuse each other of trying to intimidate witnesses in the impeachment probe of the president's Ukraine call. A federal judge rules in favor of Harvard University in a long-running legal fight over allegations that renewed a debate over affirmative action. Fox's Gernal Scott has this live.
Lisa, District Judge Allison Burroughs says there is no evidence the Ivy League school discriminated on racial grounds against Asian American students. The group Students for Fair Admissions argued Asian American applicants were held to higher standards and that Black and Hispanic students with lower grades were admitted instead. The group says Harvard focused on a subjective personal rating rather than academics. Judge Burroughs did say while the admissions practice was acceptable, it was also not perfect. This affirmative action case could possibly be reviewed by the Supreme Court, Lisa.
Gernal, thanks. A sell-off on Wall Street today, and it was blamed on disappointing manufacturing data and manufacturing activity dropping to its lowest level in 10 years. The Dow dropped 344. America's listening to Fox News.
30 years ago, the very first Subway restaurant opened in Guam. Now, 15 restaurants later, Subway Restaurants is celebrating this milestone with a buy one, get one free offer every weekend, starting September 14th through October 12th. Come celebrate 30 years. Enjoy your favorite sandwich, salad, or wrap, all made with freshly sliced veggies and bread baked in every store. Take advantage of this buy one, get one deal. It's Subway Restaurants' way of saying thank you, Guam, for 30 wonderful years. Subway, make it what you want.
Are you ready for some football? The Ray Gibson Show has got your NFL fix every Friday on Sports with Blake. Get the latest updates as Blake and Mike break down the upcoming action. Get your game on with the boys on the hotline, 888-TALK, or sound off on Facebook Live at thepoint.gu. League members get a chance to win some awesome prizes that get you through the NFL season. The NFL Picks on the Ray Gibson Show is brought to you by Current Guam with special thanks to GTA.
Georgia's new abortion law is blocked from taking effect. It would ban most abortions once a fetal heartbeat is detected as early as 6 weeks into pregnancy. A federal judge issuing an order today that temporarily blocks it while a lawsuit continues, claiming the law is unconstitutional. A former Dallas police officer convicted of murder today for killing a neighbor. Now the penalty phase is underway with the mother of the victim, Botham Jean, telling jurors about needing counseling.
I'm not able to work, but I just try to busy myself just to see if it will get out of my head. But it's been very, very, very difficult.
The former officer, Amber Geiger, said she mistook John's apartment for her own and thought he was an intruder. She faces 5 to 99 years in prison. Yesterday, he was a congressman. Now he's a convicted felon. Former New York Republican Representative Chris Collins pleading guilty to conspiracy to commit securities fraud and lying to the FBI, 2 of the 8 charges he faced in an insider trading case.
This is a major about face for the 69-year-old. Just 2 months ago, Collins had told the press that he was an innocent man, and he shot down any possibility of accepting any kind of plea deal. Last August, he pleaded not guilty to the 8 federal charges, including securities fraud, wire fraud, and lying to the FBI, and then he defiantly ran as an indicted person for re-election in New York's 27th district, winning despite pressure for him to step down.
Fox's Brian Yennes at federal court in Manhattan. Collins was on the board of directors for an Australian biopharmaceutical company. Prosecutors say he and others avoided hundreds of thousands of dollars in stock losses after he gave inside information to his son, who is due in court on Thursday. The baseball playoffs start tonight with the National League wildcard game. It's the Brewers and the Nationals. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox
News. We understand what matters to you because at Docomo Pacific, we're a family too. With the Now Family program, mom, dad, and kids stay connected on the latest devices the whole family can enjoy. For just $155 a month, get 3 lines with 30 gigs of 4G LTE data each, and endless use of your favorite apps without affecting your monthly data bucket. Add more, get more, save more. Docomo Pacific, better together. Some conditions apply.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo, 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
Live the balanced lifestyle. Take Care Insurance offers proven wellness and fitness programs to encourage individuals and families to live a healthy, balanced lifestyle through preventative care, being active, eating right, relaxing and unwinding, and being socially connected. They have the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs for all ages. Join the movement. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram or visit takecareasia.com to learn more.
7 o'clock news from the Guam Daily Post is being brought to you by Proline Automotive, customizing Guam's finest rides, located in the Harmon Industrial Park.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 7 a.m. this Wednesday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Guam Police Chief Steve Ignacio confirming for the Guam Daily Post that He met with the FBI yesterday to talk about the case against Jonia Mayor Jesse Blas, who was arrested on federal bribery and extortion allegations last week. Mayor Blas has denied taking money from a meth dealer in exchange for allowing the dealer to use Postal Service mailboxes outside the Jonia Mayor's office. Chief Ignacio said he spoke with the FBI about the allegations brought up during testimony in federal court last week by FBI Special Agent Rafael Fernandez. The testimony mentioned Department of Corrections Deputy Director Joey Terlaki, who has since resigned, an unnamed Guam police officer, and certain unnamed Judiciary of Guam marshals as being involved in the mayor's alleged dealings. The chief said that Guam police are not privy to the information the FBI has, but he said, "We understand they have an investigation that's ongoing, and we do not know the identities of the people who are alleged to be involved." Chief Ignacio said that we cannot, GPD cannot, move forward on its own because they don't have any names and they don't know which officer the FBI may be investigating. In related news, Jonia Mayor Jesse Blas says he's being held in violation of the law and his detention should be revoked. His attorney, Joseph Rosano, filing a motion for release in district court yesterday, arguing that the government and magistrate judge failed to provide a legal justification to keep Blas in jail. The Jonia Mayor was arrested by federal agents last week after being indicted by a federal grand jury on bribery and extortion allegations. Blas has pleaded not guilty to the charges. In his motion, Attorney Rosano argues that Blas has no significant criminal record and the government does not allege that he committed a crime of violence. Magistrate Judge Joaquin Manabusan ordered Blas held behind bars pending trial because the government alleged he's a danger to the community. But Attorney Rosano contends the court made a mistake, that it has deprived Mayor Blas of his rights under the 8th and 5th Amendments of the U.S. Constitution. We'll have more news after this.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Life happens. You need to go to work. The kids need to go to school. There are family events, friend events, any event, and everyone needs to communicate. When you need mobile services that you know you can rely on, choose GTA. As the winner of Ookla's 2019 award for Best Mobile Coverage on Guam, you can rely on us to offer you better plans to modernize your life, fit your needs, and keep you connected. So visit us today and let us help you connect. GTA, we start with you.
10 minutes past 7 a.m. here at The Point. A bill to raise the minimum wage on Guam to $9.25 an hour within the next 2 years was moved to the voting file by Guam lawmakers yesterday without objection. All 10 Democratic senators have signed on as sponsors of the bill. That is more than enough for passage and enough to overcome the unlikely possibility of a veto. Governor Leon Guerrero has already declared her support for the minimum wage increase. Guam Chamber of Commerce, however, opposes the bill. In a statement issued ahead of the public hearing back in June, the chamber said that the minimum wage should be directly related to worker productivity and economic expansion and not done through a government mandate. Senator Joe San Augustine introduced Bill 136 yesterday, saying it would responsibly raise Guam's minimum wage in two 50-cent increments. The first increment would take effect on March 1st of next year. The next 50-cent increment would take effect on March 1st of 2021, lifting the minimum wage to $9.25 an hour. The senator said our business community received federal and local tax breaks, and it's time to pay it forward, said San Augustine. Session resumes at 10 o'clock this morning. A woman arrested in connection with a disturbance at a hotel in Tumon is accused of offering a police officer sexual favors in exchange for her freedom. 35-year-old Dion O'Connor Garganta Estella, charged with bribery as a third-degree felony, and criminal mischief as a misdemeanor. According to court documents, police responded to a disturbance at the Hilton Hotel Monday. The officers heard shouting coming from a hallway where multiple G4S security guards were responding to a noise complaint. Security stated that the hotel room was trashed and the suspect had become aggressive when she was asked to leave the hotel. According to the complaint, the woman then allegedly offered officers sexual favors multiple times and money if they released her. Inside her room, authorities found an assault rifle-style BB gun and a small plastic baggie with meth residue, marijuana seeds, and a glass pipe. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now take a look at our weather.
She must have read the transcripts of the arraignment from the Blas arraignment. It must have read the transcripts from some of that. Maybe there was one of the officers might have taken her up on it. 7:12 in the morning.
I really hate it when my weekends end that way.
I know. The police were called. Partly sunny with isolated showers today. Expect some thunderstorms. North winds 10 to 15 miles an hour, decreasing after sunset. Highs today about 88 degrees, and overnight lows should be 78 degrees. Sunset tonight, 6:10. Sunrise this morning, 6:10, because, I don't know, equinox. So get out there with your chakras and your crystals and get commune with nature and the cosmos.
There you go.
Because Mike said, that's why.
Why not?
Mike's going to take a look at the weather radar right now and give you an idea of what's going on in this picture. Looks like it's a little bit busier in the hood today than yesterday. But where's those thunderstorms going to come from?
Well, anything that does come to us will be coming from the northeast. But as you can see back upstream there, it's quite a bit drier than it is down to the southwest. This is quite literally this trough, this semi-permanent trough that's passing now down to the south of us, and it's taking the rain with it as it goes. We've got high pressure building in from the northwest, and it will be building in today and tomorrow. That'll keep things pretty dry for us right on through the end of the week and into the weekend as well. A best chance for any moisture looks like it's going to be on Monday or Tuesday of next week. As we look at the satellite here, first thing to note really is the pink shades of color that are off to the northwest and to the to northeast and east of us. That's very dry air showing up on satellite, and it's coming this way. That is the high pressure going to build on in, dry things out for us a little bit. So if we do see showers, it'll be few and far between. Nothing really severe expected because the mid-levels are drying out, so you're not going to really get any thunderstorms. So once this stuff moves on away that's down to the south of us, then it should be pretty nice for the next few days.
You talk about those pink hues, and I got to tell you, I got to confess, until you pointed those out to me, I didn't even know they existed. I thought it was just, something in the pixelization on the screen, but it actually is something to look for.
That's right. Yeah, that is an indicator of dry air in the atmosphere there.
7:14 in the morning. All right, that's news and weather together here on The Point.
Looking to relocate your business? Prime Space is available at the Camacho Landmark Center at the intersection of Marine Corps Drive and Chalon San Antonio, next to Personal Finance Center. Located in central Tamuning, close to the airport, hotels, major shopping, restaurants, financial institutions, the hospital, clinics, schools, and GovGuam and federal agencies. Your business can experience the benefits of this first-class commercial facility. Join other successful Guam businesses who have moved to this modern multi-purpose commercial center. Call Carlos Camacho, 300-7744 for more information.
Yeah, I want to hook you up in that place. Nice neighbors, too. Quarter after 7 o'clock in the morning, the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by American President Lines, APL, Global Presence, and a local home, and the team over at American Water Tech. And you know what? I got up and went to the office, and I probably should have brought it in. I've got one of those liter bottles. It used to have one of those fancy, kind of, expensive, trendy bottled water in it, but I drank it already, so I bring it back to the office and fill it up with American Water Tech water from the gizmo that we've got in the radio station kitchen. American Water Tech, a passion for improving lives through better water, like the kind that I got. GRMC and the team over at Subway celebrating 30 years of eating fresh. To show their appreciation, Subway's offering a buy one, get one free event every Saturday. This Saturday's event's going to be at Micronesia Mall, the Mobile Airport Road Service Station, that's Marine Corps Drive, and Navy Hospital. If you've got the wherewithal to be able to get onto that facility, go celebrate 30 years of making it what you want.
Morning talk that matters. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
That's what we ought to do, the same way. We got all kinds of expertise on the Facebook Live, and tell you what, we ought to be able to run the government with just, and I wouldn't say that, with me at your helm, because we haven't declared our independence from the United States and installed me as the king of Guam and in some kind of benign monarchy. Well, benign most of the time. But if I needed to, I could actually run the government, and people on the Facebook Live would actually be my cabinet. When it comes to killing bugs, in fact, this guy does some work for the government every once in a while. Kenny Williams, right, from Top End Pest Control. Right, so when they've just started having problems with mosquitoes and other kind of varmints, they call him. And there's a guy, Smug Wimp, and very interesting human being, and he knows a lot of things about computers. And I would submit to you that maybe this is the guy, governor's office. Right-click on his name, get some contact information. This is the guy that you want doing some of the internet forensics on what exactly happened at GSWA. I mean, there's some people that are saying, well, it's just one of those cybercrime things. It's just, some kind of a phishing scam. Maybe there was somebody that said there's $267,000 worth of a bill and made it look like it had already been approved by somebody else at GWA, and nobody did the person-to-person contact to validate the size of that particular expenditure. Maybe it was one of those kinds of cyber scams. Or maybe it's corruption. Maybe it was an inside job. Who do I trust to sort all of that stuff out? Well, considering all of the allegations that have been made about corruption in high places in this town, I don't know that I would trust anybody inside of the government of Guam to take a look at that. So I'd call Smug Wimp. You can, and if you're in the government and you're wondering where you can find him, he's all up and down the Facebook Live this morning. Just find his name and right-click it. Although from his earliest, suspicions, he wants to blame the Nigerians. Peter Santos is out there. I got James Howard hanging out, and Sabine, and who else is online? Ron and Cindy De La Rosa are watching on the Facebook Live here this morning. So is Pam Duvall, Mark Mendiola, and others over at the Department of Education. I see Carissa Flores is online. Nick Pulaski's already gritting his teeth. All this mess at GMH, yet the administrator gets paid over $250,000 a year. Can't pay nurses salaries, but admin assistant to the admin services makes over $200,000 a year. It's all in the staffing patterns. All you got to do is just look for it. John Ray, tight to know, is there. I got Frankie Gutierrez online. Richard Taitigui, my running buddy, is hanging out. Where's the 5Ks this weekend, bro? And there's Smug. Renee and Pat Taitigui, Charlene Marchessault, Lynn Vince, Borja Polino, new guy over at Senator Regine Bisco Lee's office, Phil Leon Guerrero. Is there another Phil that we can? Is there a line? There's got to be a joke that we can use now that he's back in the public sector. Let's see if I can work on something for you, buddy. And Jeff Pleadwell and Keenan McCausland and Kelly Rodriguez. I see Nick and Chris Chip, Rudy Magallanes, and plenty more. Jerry Roberts not going to be able to make the show today. He's got some training that he's got to take care of around the 7 o'clock hour. So we've got a pre-recorded version of Jerry Roberts and the Extra Point coming your way in just a little bit. But first, let's take a look at what happened in the market and see what happened with some of the commodities. S&P 500 off by 36 points. It closed at 29.40. The NASDAQ at 79.08. They're off by almost 100 points. I got the Dow Jones Industrial Average off as in the breathless tones of the lady from Fox News, off by 343 points. And that's about 1.2%. It ain't that big of a deal, even as big as those numbers are for the Dow Jones. It's a huge index. 26,573 is where the Dow closed at. FTSE is going to be off by 47 points. The Nikkei is going to be opening up in the green by 129 points. I see the Hang Seng Index at 26,092. They're up by 137 points. Shanghai Index is off by about 26. Small market here. 2,905 is where they're going to open up, in the DAX is off by 164 points. On the commodities, good news for people that are buying fuel that is indexed to West Texas cruise. That took another a little step down from 54.25 to 53.96. What is that? 29 cents worth of a drop in the value, but it's off by a different high number amount. So $54 and change down to $53 and change. I'll take the discount. Thank you. Tapis crude moving in the same direction, thankfully. 67.29 is where we saw Tapis yesterday, trading today at $66.22. So we got good news in the direction and the movement of those particular commodities. Now, before we get to Jerry Roberts and the Extra Point, he's actually given me the script, and this is an interesting script theme today. It is, if you had to choose just one skill And we equated that to, like those little questions that pop up on Facebook every once in a while. If you only had one skill, or if you can only eat one thing for the rest of your life, what would it be? Little known facts about you. That is an interesting question, though. Kevin, if you could only eat one thing for the rest of your life, what would it be?
Broccoli.
Broccoli, okay. Kevin, Mike, what about you? If you could have just one thing for the rest of your life, what would it be?
Does a taco count?
Tacos count.
Okay.
Tacos, and I'll give it to you. That's just all kinds of magic in there.
Oh, yeah.
There's a hard taco, soft taco.
And
Do you
never
want it?
gets old. You got all the food groups in there. You got to have cheese.
you got cheese, and you got veggies, and you got meat, and you got sauce, and all the other stuff. So yeah, tacos is pretty. I'd probably end up being cheeseburgers. Because you can do a different cheeseburger every day.
Right.
Yeah. Or, and I haven't had one in an awful long time, grilled cheese sandwich. I'm sorry, but I departed from the original theme, which was if you had to choose just one skill. That's what Jerry's going to be riffing about this morning. But it's important to point out that Jerry Roberts going to be riffing on it, and even the governor of Guam yesterday riffed on important skills in a letter that he wrote to John Fernandez. And if I'd have gotten this letter, I would have quit. I would have just quit. John Fernandez is getting beaten down now because he won't work and play well with the GACS, the Guahan Academy Charter School, which everybody seems to be in the government of Guam forced to play well with. They've been trying to basically take over all of John Fernandez's educational space up on Tidzin, and John, would naturally is saying, that's mine. that's my. I need this for my thousands of students in the school system. But GACS, man, there must be somebody that knows somebody on the inside, because they always get what they want. The letter through John Fernandez from the governor's office yesterday said, "I'm saddened that the months of cooperative work towards addressing the shared use of Building E of the Tidzin campus did not result in a lease between my office, the Guam Department of Education, and the Guahan Academy Charter School." Did this sound like your parents? It never hurt when I was getting spanked. What hurt the most was when, mom or dad would say, "You know what, son, you've really disappointed me here. You've really let me down." And that's what the governor is saying to John Fernandez. "I'm saddened that we don't have a lease yet." And then she gets into this part here. Like I said, this is the part where if I was John, I would have quit. Sharing, she says, is a vital life skill. It's something we emphasize to our youth at an early stage to teach the concepts of compromise and cooperation. There's still time to apply that life lesson in this instance. Just, oh, yeah? Oh, really? Actually, what? John didn't actually work for the governor of Guam, so I don't know if she would
What does she want him to do?
She wants him to share.
Do you believe in life after love?
Hey, you know what, John? You've got nice toys in the Department of Education. You have to share it with the lady over at the charter school who used to work with the governor when they were both in the legislature for a long, long time. So watch for GACS and Judy Wanpat to get everything they want now because the governor is stepping into the middle of it. So if you had just one skill to choose, let it be the vital skill of sharing. And that's my long-winded. That's my long-winded introduction to Jerry Roberts and the Extra Point, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank.
A while back, somebody asked me a very interesting question. If there were 4 highly valued sets of skills, and I could only keep one, which one would it be? I'm Jerry Roberts, and I'll tell you which skills they are next on The Extra Point.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
We buy a homeowner's policy and never give it another thought until something happens. Life brings changes, and our coverage needs can change. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
Want 10% off your next flight to the U.S.? Now through October 31, receive 10% off select United Airlines flights to the U.S. when you purchase your ticket with your United credit card or United Mileage Plus credit card from First Hawaiian Bank. Use promo code FHB019 when booking your flight. With a travel sale like this, you could wake up to a different sunrise in any part of the U.S. Visit FHB.com/United Fair Sale 19 to learn more. Terms and conditions and restrictions apply. First Hawaiian Bank, member FDIC.
My task was to consider 4 separate groups of skills, then to decide which one I would choose to keep. The 4 are leadership skills, decision-making skills, organizational skills, and people skills. Let's start with decision-making skills. Without question, the ability to make effective decisions is a critical skill. We have to be able to look at a situation, understand what happens if we take a certain action or set of actions, or if we do nothing at all. If we don't have the answer, we have to know who to involve in order to get it. Making the right decisions leads to the long-term growth and success of the organization. This would be a tough one to give up. Next, organizational skills. I have a confession to make. I live in awe of those people who are totally organized. They always know where everything is. Nothing is ever out of place. If they make a report, it's always on the money, makes sense, and nothing is left out. They are up to date on what's needed, status of work, and who is responsible for what. If you want answers on anything, this is the person you seek out. I've known a lot of people who fit this description, but I think it's safe to say that I am not nearly one of them. Would I love to have these skills? Yes. If I ever develop such talents, it would be painful to turn my back on them. The third set of skills are people skills. The ability to communicate well, to get along with others, to build relationships that are built on trust. Generally speaking, good people skills are the ability to listen and to relate to others on a personal or professional level. If you have a strong set of people skills, you are somebody who plays nice with the other kids. Further, if there are disagreements, you find a way to work them out fairly. A person who has these skills likely also has a sense of how to effectively communicate ideas and motivate others. Good people skills can take us a long way in life and in our career. Could we say no to them? Finally, leadership skills. Having a vision for where we're headed and the ability to explain that vision in such a way that others want to follow and get a piece of it. This is being the example of what it is you say you're going for. The buck stops at your desk. You are willing to be held responsible for the success you're chasing. You also have a huge desire to take others on the journey with you and to help them develop their own skills and talents. As John Maxwell says, a leader's job is to develop more leaders. Okay, so which of these skills would I choose? I'd be happy with any of them. That said, I would select the leadership skills. And the reason for that is I want to have a role in helping others to get further and do better. If the ideas I pass along today are shared and somebody else passes them to yet others, I see value in that. Now, how about you? Which would you choose? That's the extra point. Get out there and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
All right, and even though we were talking about, if you had to choose just one skill, apparently the idea of eating the same thing every day for the rest of your life is also caught online. There are people that are now giving me their ideas of what they'd like to eat if they could only eat one thing every day for the rest of their life. Chris Chip says he would eat pizza every day. What is it? Mike said he was going to do tacos. Kevin wants to eat broccoli every day. Somebody even sent me a personal message that said that they would eat delicious berries and Ray berries. I have no idea what Ray berries are, but it sounds tasty. Anyway, 7:30 in the morning, something else that you want to eat every day for the rest of your life, you're welcome to put that up on the Facebook Live where Charlie Hermosa is and Carlos Barreto is. I see the guys over at Simon Sanchez from the Consolidated Commission on Utilities has joined the program. James Howard says he would eat weed for the rest of his life. He'd had no problem eating that every single day. And Smug Wimp, hearing me refer to him as the guy that should probably go and help the governor and GSWA figure out what the heck happened with $267,000, says, oh, good grief, don't put the spotlight on me. Cat's out of the bag. It's too late. 7:31 in the morning, and it is time right now for headlines from the Guam Daily Post. This newscast being brought to you by Al and his team over at GPSI. They do business with the federal government of Guam, and you might be federal government, and you might be going, Yeah, and so what does that mean for me and my business? Call him and find out. He knows all about being able to hook people up with federal opportunities. 477-3058. News also being brought to you by Auntie Lolita Kamet at Remax Diamond Realty for all of your real estate concerns. Give her a jingle, 688-6743. Auntie Loli's phone, again, 688-6743. It's time for news. From the Guam Daily Post, here's Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. In the headlines of the Guam Daily Post this morning, the Guam National Guard non-commissioned officer who was the subject of a search on Monday is now under arrest on suspicion of sexual assault, family violence, and child abuse. 46-year-old Sergeant First Class Jason Oscar Quintanilla Seswico of Chalanpago was arrested yesterday after he voluntarily turned himself in. He faces charges of first and second degree criminal sexual conduct involving a victim known to him. He was booked and confined. The case has been forwarded to the Attorney General's office for prosecution. The Mayor's Council of Guam will hold off on appointing residents of Jonia to the Municipal Planning Council until the Mayor's Council gets advice from the Office of the Attorney General. According to the Mayor's Council of Guam, the law requires the establishment and appointment of a district municipal planning council and places the authority on the district's village mayor. But jailed Jonia Mayor Jesse Blas never made any appointments to the Jonia Municipal Planning Council. Jonia is the only village on island without a municipal planning council. Mayor Blas was inaugurated back in January 2017 as mayor of Jonia, and last week he was arraigned in federal court on bribery and extortion charges on allegations he took money from a meth dealer in exchange for allowing the dealer to use postal service mailboxes outside the Jonia Mayor's office. Yesterday, Mayor's Council Executive Director Angel Sablan issued a statement saying that the council appreciates the over 20 Jonia residents that have made their interest known to become members of the Planning Council, but he said it's best to await the opinion of the Attorney General before the council appoints the Jonia Municipal Planning Council. Sablan said the day-to-day operations of the Jonia Mayor's office continue and the Village Fiesta in Jonia will still take place on October 6. Governor Lulian Guerrero this morning issuing a special statement to address rising concerns over corruption and crime on island in the wake of last week's arrest of Mayor Blas. In her address to the island community this morning, the governor declares that recent events have forced all of us to confront hard, uncomfortable truths, that a few of those charged with enforcing the law may in fact be breaking it. She said, "We have seen those we entrust with power corrupt our communities with drugs, exploit women, and rob us of the faith we place in each other." The governor said she's calling on the public to provide information about corruption, and she has asked the Attorney General to investigate and prosecute any abuses of power in any agency or branch of government. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
Right on, 7:34 in the morning, and the fun continues on Facebook Live. People are talking about what it is that they eat if they only could eat one thing for the rest of their lives. Smug says he'd take the IHOP cheeseburger omelet. Jeff Pleadwell online, not missing an opportunity to plug his place, says, try the JPC, that's Jeff's Pirates Cove, grilled sharp cheddar cheese sandwich on sourdough bread sometime. Boy, that sounds like it'd be worth the drive down to eat that. Know what I'm saying? Are you close to it already? Maybe you swing by there for a little brunch action. 7:35 is the time from iConnect. Their number is 888-8888. Give them a jingle a little bit later on and ask them about the tax refund promo where you buy a full year worth of service. They'll throw in a free month. Heck, they'll throw in a free phone. A lot of value in this. Their number is 888-8888.
GPSI Guam is a professional services company that is a registered contractor for the federal government. They're an SBA, 8A, and Hub Zone certified SDVOSB, providing program/project management, administration, technical support, logistics, and commodities. Find out more about GPSI and how they can help you today. For large prime companies, contact GPSI if you need assistance in meeting your small business subcontracting goals at 477-3058. They'll be happy to assist. Lolita Lolita Cammett from RE/MAX Diamond Realty. A friendly, hardworking, and passionate RE/MAX professional is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and to helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, and military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Cammett from RE/MAX Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Traffic Gizmo time. You almost don't need me on the radio to tell you how bad traffic is, especially up in the north end of town, southbound into Dededo. Even before you get to Waisang Song, it's kind of snotty out there. Looking at traffic at the intersection of Route 3 and Route 28 up around the top where the schools are. Expect some delays through there. Also the intersection of 1 and 3, generally southbound, although you might get some slowing down just after you pass it on your way up north to Dededo. Expect some delays over at the intersection of the Harmon Loop Road and 8, 10, and 16. Never pretty at this time of day. 10 and 15, that intersection running rather slow here this morning. 4 and 10 and 10 and, 4 and 15. Over at, starting to see things busy up there a lot more often these days. Traffic might be a little bit busy getting into the PD area and the snaky road that takes you up Nimitz Hill. Watch for some delays through there and the intersection of Marine Corps Drive. And Big Navy and Sumai starting to busy up as well. It's 7:37. That's right now traffic here in The Point.
If you've ever struggled for breath, you know what a scary experience it is. Whether you have asthma, emphysema, COPD, lung cancer, or another respiratory illness, the right medical treatment makes all the difference. GRMC's Pulmonology Clinic has the latest technology and respiratory equipment, staffed by world-class pulmonologists. Make an appointment today with GRMC's Pulmonology Clinic and start breathing easier. GRMC, where patients are partners.
There it is. The comments keep coming in. If you could eat one thing and one thing only for the rest of your life, what would it be? I see my... does that count as eating? Is it? I see my cousin Tommy Barcina says, what is it, kadu that you want to eat for the rest of your life? Oh, fritada is what cousin Tommy says he's going to eat for the rest of his life. Keena McCausland says the bread from the Hutnu bread from down in Inarahan is very tasty, so you might want to try that. Kadu na zuzu. Miss eating that. Yeah, it's hard to get your hands on kadu no zuzu when you're eating up in Vancouver area. But there's got to be something up there that you would be able to enjoy. Joey Chopra says spam. I'm thinking of a friend of mine, Jen, and Jen. She put a picture on Facebook or Instagram or something, and it was McDonald's soft. It was a McDonald's cone, soft serve cone, and she had French fries in it. And I thought, what the heck is wrong with you? Why are you putting French fries in your soft serve ice cream cone from McDonald's? And she laughed and came back to me. She says, so I can eat the French fries and the ice cream. I can eat the French fries without having to put my finger into the French fries deal. So she can have them both kind of at the same time. So lick the ice cream, and when you feel like taking a bite out of a French fry, it's right there on the actual ice cream cone. You got it. You know, there's people like this thinking in very unusual ways. Very, very cool. 7:39 in the morning, 888-255-888-TALK. There you go. Keena says, Dungeness crab. That's what you can get your hands on. So a couple of things that are interesting, and Kevin Kerrigan flashed me over on our WhatsApp a couple of things that were pretty interesting. One of them was a note from Senator Jim Moylan. And Senator Jim Moylan, what with all of the controversy and concerns that have been expressed about corruption in some of the highest levels of government and potentially involving members of our public service and public safety community, he thought that maybe it would be a good idea. Peter Terlai steps down as the chairman of the Committee on Public Safety, and he thought it would be a good idea if Mary Torres. If Mary Torres would have been elevated to that position, if she could take on that particular mantle, all of the other Democrats in the legislature, as you might imagine, are already busy. And I would submit, overworked already based on the number of committees that they already have. Mary Torres, she's not loaded down with any committees because she's a member of that minority. And her husband's a judge. Her husband's a CJ, for heaven's sakes. I mean, that by osmosis, she's going to know a thing or two about public safety and the criminal justice system. But here's why that didn't happen. because Mary Torres is, number one, she's a member of the minority, and number two, there is no way that this legislature is going to give Mary Torres anything that she might be able to use as the framework, as it were, for any kind of further campaign above and beyond the legislature. You get something like that. She's so good at what she does at the legislature, they were begging for her to be in charge of public safety while Pito was out. Yeah, they're not going to allow that kind of phrase to be used as she launches her campaign to be the governor of Guam in another 2.5 years, 3 years, or something like that. And no way that that's going to happen. Almost immediately after Jimmy Moylan sends out that memo, they sent out the word that Senator Talena Nelson would take care of the Committee on Public Safety. Don't you worry about it. She's busy, but she ain't all that busy. She might be able to take on that job. But anything that would smack of any opportunity for Mary Torres, the scion, as it were, of the Republican Party, the daughter of the first elected governor of Guam and the sister of the twice elected governor of Guam, Felix P. Camacho, there's no way that they're going to do anything that would make her look good. And that's the deal over at the legislature. I thought that was pretty hilarious. 888-8255-888-TALK. But I tell you, I got the senator on the telephone line right now. Good morning, Jimmy. How you doing?
Very good. Good morning, Ray.
So, what is
it? A great conversation you're having there.
Well, just talking, just me and Kevin, just talking politics and a little bit of legislative shop. But yeah, when it starts looking like there might be A, something that makes sense, but B, would look good for Mary Torres if she was going to mount a campaign against Democrat Lou Leon Guerrero, that ain't going to happen in this legislature.
Yeah, that's going to be a long shot, but of course I need to put that out. We need to solve some things, and I thought that would be a great solution.
Her husband was this Chief Justice of the court.
There you go. She has an honest opinion about it too. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, if there was ever anybody whose I think reputation precedes her, number one, and I think has got a pretty good moral compass attached to her, and is already probably one of the more ethical people I think in the government of Guam, it would be her. I'm not suggesting that there's nobody like that in the Democratic Party, but as I said, they're all busy. I mean, everybody is in a 15-man legislature, 10-man majority. Everybody is holding down 2 or 3 committees, right?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are, and they got their hands full, and that's why the suggestion came out. And actually, I'm impressed they actually listened to me this time, at least to get things rolling and get a hearing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, sure. They listen to you. They listen to you. As far as I'm sure they danced long into the night after getting that memo from you. But anyway, you're working on a couple of things over at the legislature. I think I'm like you. I'm disappointed at some of the rhetoric that was used to kill an amendment that you had that would provide for a bifurcated youth wage as the minimum wage goes up.
Right. Yeah, and I thought that was very fair, and that I was proposing to keep it at the current minimum wage right now, because after all, most of us when we were in school, right, we had summer break and we're looking for a job, and of course it's tough to get that job because we're only going to be there maybe 12 weeks or less. So why not offer us a minimum wage that at least some attraction for that employer to have the incentive to pick us up? It's cool. It would have worked.
Well, $9.25 to hire somebody that has absolutely no skills, because they're young, because they never had a job before. I mean, that's the idea, in my mind, behind that kind of a youth minimum wage, is you bring people in and you give them some work experience and drive some good work habits into them. Show up early, stay late, be nice to the customers, don't pee in the food, don't spit in the sandwiches, all of that, all of those important things that they need as they grow up. Seeing again that we're talking about a minimum wage position, not a working wage, but I thought it was a little bit dramatic. The quote that is attributed to Senator Amanda Shelton. I have many times. Where'd he go? I need the producer to play the music. I have many times been the youngest person in the room, and I don't think I would appreciate being paid a lower wage than one of our colleagues. And so for young people who want to lift themselves up, who want to provide for their families, who want to make a better life for themselves, I don't think that we should be legislating a lower wage for them. And in that regard, I think one of the things that the legislature might be doing is making it virtually impossible for young people to get hired. Because if it came down to me hiring somebody that didn't know anything, had zero work experience, versus somebody that is a little bit older, might have already had a couple of jobs under their belt, I'm going to hire the older guy, and these kids are never going to get introduced to work.
Right. The older guy that's going to stay there has some longevity going for him, rather than the young kid, 14 to 17 years old, who's just looking for a temporary job till he gets back in school. So yeah, it would have really helped. I thought, and it's a 90-day period, and if the kid wanted to work on weekends after that 90-day period, and the employer enjoyed them.
Well, and that's what you do. I mean, that's when I started out in radio, I was paid probably somewhere near a very ugly minimum wage, but it was weekends and overnights, and the idea was that I would learn to work and be a guy on the radio when nobody was listening, and I couldn't really break anything. And so that's the way. And then you slowly build yourself up to a point where minimum wage is just a distant memory. But if we're not going to be making it affordable for businesses to hire young people to get those valuable skills that they'll use later in life, then they're just not going to get them. The other reason why we wanted 2 minimum wages is because we don't want 16-year-olds running around thinking that 9 1/4 is good money. They're going to go, wow, I got gas that I can put in my truck so I can go see my chick on the weekend and buy tuck and roll and all of that stuff. And then pretty soon they're not going to be interested in finishing high school and college. That kind of thing happens, and we need to have policy in place to prevent it. That's just me.
Tuck and roll, Ray. Wow, you brought me back. But yes, I actually did that.
Dude, if you had good tuck and roll, man, that's the chick magnet, dude.
It was. So yeah, that was disappointing. But I attempted. I put the voice out there, and we'll see how things change in the future.
You know what we got to do here, Senator Moylan, member of Republican Party. We got to find a way to get more Republicans in the legislature. Maybe we got to work on some of that. There's going to be an election next year. You working with anybody over in the Republican Party of Guam to see if you might be able to find a couple of candidates that could run and win against the likes of the Democratic majority?
Yes, we are. We're actively recruiting. Thanks for bringing that up. I'll put that out there too. You new Republicans out there?
Yeah. Well, as I said, I'd be happy to run with you in the party, but only as Mary Torres' lieutenant governor candidate.
I will see her this morning, and I'll let her know that. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, I like the salary. I like the travel. I like the fact that there's not a whole lot of expectations of any kind of productivity whatsoever.
Yeah. Well,
dude, I'll clean the bus stops.
Okay, but this is the Republican Party we're talking about, and we want to make a change, and we're ready to do that. So I'm hoping we get a good slate coming up for the 2020, and we can have a great debate and put the majority back to the Republicans.
Did Tello and what's his name Will finally find their way back to the legislature yesterday?
Tello will be in today.
Right.
Will was there yesterday, yes, and Louise is back home as well. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that's all the important stuff. You working on any bills right now?
I sure did. Yesterday we introduced. What do we see here? I think it's number 2012-35. So I wanted to bring back something I attempted previously, which was said to be unconstitutional. So we revised it and we put it back out there. So what I proposed was, again, that this time is for elected officials when you're going to run. That, of course, we had to provide our court clearance, our police clearance, but this time also provide drug testing clearance. Okay, sure. And what we did on this change, too, since we understand that cannabis is legal, medicinal right now, and then we're working on recreational, removing that, right? But looking at the other illegal drugs and substances. And a little change from the previous bill I proposed was that it doesn't prevent you from running still, but at least it's there for the public.
Yeah, but at least people will know whether you're a druggie or not, whether you're going to continue be a part of the continuing scourge of methamphetamine that we have here on Guam. It won't eliminate you from the lineup, but everybody will know that you peed dirty.
Correct, and we have a situation on the island. We see it on the front page all the time. We were hoping for more federal money because we felt we had all this. We had so much drugs on the island. We needed help. So it's a problem in our little island. And if we're going to do by leadership, by leading by example, then drug-free is important, I believe. And I don't see any problem with this bill. And I think this time my Democrats colleagues would support me. Because we're still leaving it up to the people's opinion.
No, because look. Here's the deal: is Mary Torres is going to decline the opportunity to let me be her lieutenant governor candidate, and she's going to pick you. And so the Democratic majority is not going to hand you any bills that will make you look good. And so you're going to have to what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to frame the measure as reasonable and responsible. And anybody that doesn't support it must be a druggie themselves. So anybody that votes no, I mean that's exactly what anybody votes no on this measure is just wants to be in line for the avalanche of money that comes from the meth business, and they must be druggies themselves and don't want to be held accountable.
We're going to start. Well, you can say that, yes, absolutely. But
well, that's the way I'll frame it. Look, I don't care what they think of me over at the legislature. It makes no difference. That's the way I'd frame it. Look, if you don't support this bill, you must be a drug guy. That's all there is. A drug girl. You're part of the problem, not the solution. I don't know. But since we're doing tests of candidates for public office, can we also include like an aptitude test or something? Maybe make them take like the military ASVAB or the SAT for 8th graders. And let's
idea. That is not a bad idea at all, right? The police department take aptitude tests too, right?
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do, but just something that, do you have the sense that God gave horses?
Yeah.
Just minimum skills. See, this is why no party loves me. I don't want to run in a party. I don't want to get caught up in all of that. Hey, listen, at 7:52 in the morning, I know you got session again today, and it's another day of battling the Democratic majority, so I'm gonna let you run and sharpen your knives.
Appreciate it. You have a great day.
I already did. It's 7:53 in the morning. My very close friend and personal friend. We were boys together, as I'm fond of saying. We used to bowl in the old Bantam League back at the old Royal Lanes, which is now First Hawaiian Bank over in that place. Matt Wise is online. Nice to see you there. Keenan McCausland says me and my cousin Troy would make the island of Guam great. I don't want to make it great. I just want to make it Guam again. Can we just want it to go back to a certain magical feeling that Guam used to have back in the 60s, and more so, there was a time, I don't know, it was 1977 after Typhoon Pamela, and everybody had their lights on. We were just all happy to be alive and, celebrating the remnants of the bicentennial. I had a great time talking with somebody last night. We were in a place in Agana. And we were talking about the building where what was the name of the restaurant? Seashore. And the old Agana Grill. You remember that place, Kevin? That was a nice restaurant. And he says, well, what was in that building before? And I said, all kinds of stuff in that building. He said, well, how old is it? And I said, I'm 57 years old. I have no memories of Agana without that building in it. But I memories of a smaller Marine Drive in a time where you could trust the politicians, you could trust the cops and the marshals, and if you went to the beach, you didn't bother taking the keys with you to the car to the beach. You just left them in the car with the window rolled down because everybody knew everybody and everybody knew not to steal from everybody. And there's a fantastic time. So that's the kind of Guam that I'd like to see once again. The good old days. We'll sit in that warm bath of nostalgia. Carlos Barreto says, if you ran, Ray, you would win, especially with a proven media team behind you. Yeah. How much fun is that going to be? Lyanne Michelle says, tuck and roll. And a big smiley face icon. Kenny Williams chiming in on, if you could only eat one thing for the rest of your life, what would it be? And Kenny says it would be tomahawk steaks. And that reminds me again of something that we were talking about early in the program, 7:55. Maybe you have seen this story. If not, then I want you to go and look for it. The story is basically this. Everyone that said that we should eat less red meat because it was going to clog our arteries and kill us and give us an early death. As it turns out, they've taken a look at the data from a long time ago and said, this is crap science. There's not enough data that would support the justification of those claims that red meat will kill you. So there's going to be a firefight on this. I guarantee this is going to be bigger than the Trump impeachment. There's going to be people lined up on all sides of this equation. And for me, it's just the side. And, you throw this in with climate change and all of the other, so-called science facts, right, that are out there. I mean, it was fact for a long time that maybe there were certain kinds of milk that you shouldn't drink because it would give you holes in your legs or something like that. You remember when they said that butter was bad for you all the time? You shouldn't have so much butter in your diet, and sodium is bad. And every once in a while, you hear some of these things that come back around on you and say, yeah, we took a look at the research. As it turns out, it wasn't so bad. Sorry, we made you eat all this low sodium stuff that had no flavor. Sorry, we took the butter out of your diet, and there was no flavor in anything that you were cooking with all of that stuff. So, and frankly, one of the things that I'm waiting for, I'm waiting for them to say, yeah, we took another look at tobacco, and as it turns out, there's really nothing wrong with it. It's a plant, and there's really nothing wrong with nicotine. I think some of those stories back in those days were a little bit exaggerated, and just an attempt to scare everybody away from tobacco. And now we've got the vaping thing. Now everybody in the world is just all twitchy about vapes. And now I know a couple of people who used vape to successfully quit smoking. It doesn't work for everybody. I want to say that Michael Knight tried vaping a couple of times to quit smoking, and that did not work for him. That wasn't the magic button for him. Quitting smoking is an entirely painful topic, and it's a painful process if you do it wrong. At any rate, so I'm waiting for them to come back around and say, yeah, nothing wrong with it. And vaping, as it turns out, there's nothing wrong with that either. The problem is that with all of this exaggeration and this hypersensitivity on the vaping thing, is now people are quitting vaping and going back to cigarettes, right? Right back to a 2-pack-a-day habit. Now, thank you very much. I thought I was doing great with the vape, but now they won't give it to me in my favorite flavors and colors, and so I've gone right back to buying tobacco for $10 a pack. Thanks very much.
It's almost reminiscent of the mass hysteria that surrounded being gluten-free. Suddenly, people who are eating bread all of their lives just proclaim themselves to be gluten-free because I'm gluten intolerant.
Yeah.
Which actually, it's almost impossible to be gluten intolerant unless you have celiac disease.
And most people don't.
Very few people have it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's nice.
Lady D asking online, what is the progress on the cannabis board? They had originally put out some rules, and as it turns out, in second review, the rules that they put out had a flaw in it, so they've had to go back in, redo them, and have taken another pass at it before they get around to releasing all of that stuff. As far as rules and regulations and all of that stuff goes, I don't know. I know it's a work in progress. Personally, what I'd like to see is an outline that includes very, very liberal policies and practices with regard to licensing, with regard to growing, with regard to testing, and all of that stuff, because I don't think that there is anything really wrong with people taking some weed, growing as much as they want to. People that have got weed that they have grown and excess of it to be able to sell it and bring the prices down, make it that much more accessible for people that don't necessarily want to grow their own. Frankly, I'd like to see a whole section of Guam from about where Moses is all the way down to the governor's office. I'd like that turned into a green zone. I'd like to see tax credits applied to people that would do business in Antigua on cannabis and cannabis-related products. And when I say cannabis-related products, I'm talking about legitimate brownies and marijuana brownies and maybe smoothies and fries and shakes and all kinds of stuff. Just someplace to go and hang out and be stoned. Why not? It's legal. 7:59, change the radio station. KUSG, that's the Ray Gibson Show. And what have I got? Fox News Live coming up. Kevin Kerrigan with news. We'll pretend to talk about sports. That's ahead right here. This is The Point.
In the Penalty phase. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The family of the man killed in his apartment by a now former Dallas police officer speaking before the court as the sentencing is underway for Amber Geiger. She was found guilty of murder earlier today in the killing of Botham Jean.
I'm not able to work, but I just try to busy myself just to see if it will get out of my head. But it's been very, very, very difficult.
His mother, Allison Jean Geiger, faces 5 to 99 years in prison. Her lawyers had said she was tired after working a long shift and thought Jean's apartment was hers. A federal judge siding with an Ivy League school in a discrimination lawsuit. Fox's Gernal Scott has more live.
Lisa, District Judge Allison Burroughs in her ruling says Harvard University's admission standards fall within the letter of the law. However, at the same time, she said it's not a perfect system. The group's Students for Fair Admission argued the Ivy League school favored personal ratings of potential students over academic credentials. They argue that allowed more Hispanic and black students in. Harvard has said race is a factor at admissions, but is only one factor among many. Lawyers for Students for Fair Admission say they plan to appeal the district court's decision, Lisa.
Gernal, a day after he resigned from Congress, former New York Congressman Chris Collins pleading guilty today to insider trading. Authorities say he leaked confidential information about a drug company.
Collins admitted to, among other things, illegally tipping his son while standing on the White House lawn.
U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Jeffrey Berman, he was set to go to trial next year on conspiracy, securities fraud, and other charges. Collins will be sentenced in January. Wall Street at the close, the Dow lost 343 points, the Nasdaq fell 90, the S&P off 36. America is listening to Fox News.
Life happens. You need to go to work. The kids need to go to school. There are family events, friend events, any event, and everyone needs to communicate. When you need mobile services that you know you can rely on, choose GTA. As the winner of Ookla's 2019 award for Best Mobile Coverage on Guam, you can rely on us to offer you better plans to modernize your life, fit your needs, and keep you connected. So visit us today and let us help you connect. GTA, we start with you.
Hulu is all your TV in one place, plus more. Watch thousands of hit shows, movies, and award-winning Hulu originals for only $5.99 per month. It's TV without the cable contract and the freedom of on-demand streaming. Get current network shows from ABC, CBS, NBC, and Fox, and binge watch every season of your favorite cable shows. Premium Hulu viewing is brought to you by Proline Automotive and AB Sports, Guam's store for Nike. To advertise on Hulu, call Choice Digital at 989-0042.
A federal judge temporarily blocking Georgia's abortion law.
It's too restrictive. A federal judge siding with Planned Parenthood and the Center for Reproductive Rights regarding Georgia's pro-life fetal heartbeat law. It was scheduled to become enforceable January 1st. The law would have prevented abortion except in limited circumstances after 6 weeks of pregnancy. It would also declare a fetus a natural person once cardiac activity was detected, which could trigger child support obligations. The bill also would have allowed an unborn child to count in the state's population totals. U.S. District Judge Steve Jones ordering that current state abortion laws shall remain in effect for the time being. Kevin Battle, Fox News.
2 more states reporting deaths related to using e-cigarettes. Nebraska and New Jersey each reporting 1 death as the state of Ohio bans the sale of flavored e-cigarette products except for tobacco and menthol flavors. Governor Mike DeWine saying he sees no other option to keep kids from using the products. Drones now making some deliveries for UPS.
UPS just received approval from the Federal Aviation Administration to deliver some things by drone. It has approval to set up a fleet of unmanned aircraft to deliver health supplies and eventually consumer packages, potentially through the U.S. For now, it's a limited approval to ship medical products and specimens in Virginia across hospital campuses. The approval does not apply to urban areas. UPS says it already has started limited flying under the new certification. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
Late reggae legend Bob Marley honored in London with an English Heritage Blue plaque at the West London address where he and his band The Wailers lived in 1977 while recording the album Exodus. The plaque was unveiled today at 42 Oakley Street in the Chelsea neighborhood. Bob Marley died of cancer in 1981. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Here
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
Want 10% off your next flight to the U.S.? Now through October 31, receive 10% off select United Airlines flights to the U.S. when you purchase your ticket with your United credit card or United Mileage Plus credit card from First Hawaiian Bank. Use promo code FHB019 when booking your flight. With a travel sale like this, you could wake up to a different sunrise in any part of the U.S. Visit FHB.com/United Fair Sale 19 to learn more. Terms and conditions and restrictions apply. First Hawaiian Bank, member FDIC.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for the all-new Pit Smoked Brisket. How would you like it?
I'll take a man who knows what's what.
Y'all know what? The all-new Pit Smoked Brisket at Subway is smoked slower than a slug going up a down escalator, that's what. I'm talking tender, juicy brisket, naturally pit smoked for at least 13 hours. What's more, it's got layer after layer of smoky flavor. Smoked cheddar and barbecue sauce on delicious Italian bread. Subway, make it what y'all want, what not. Limited time only at participating restaurants.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 8 a.m. this Wednesday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. The Guam Solid Waste Authority has fallen victim to an email fraud, which has resulted in the loss of about $267,000. According to a release from the governor's office yesterday, someone posing as a GSWA vendor sent an email to the Solid Waste Authority asking that their bank account number and financial institution be changed. Without verifying the sender of the email as required, a certain GSWA personnel made the change and then paid out the $267,000 to the fraudulent vendor. GSWA has been unable to track down where the money went. The personnel involved were not named. The scam prompted the governor to send a letter to GSWA Board Chairman Andy Gale suggesting the agency take corrective action to prevent this from happening again. The governor, however, also said that the incident should not be used to argue that the island's trash management agency is not capable of managing its own affairs outside of federal receivership. Guam National Guard non-commissioned officer who was the subject of a search on Monday is now under arrest on suspicion of sexual assault, family violence, and child abuse. 46-year-old Sergeant First Class Jason Oscar Quintanilla Siswico of Chalampago was arrested yesterday after he voluntarily turned himself in. He now faces charges of first and second-degree criminal sexual conduct involving a victim known to him. He was booked and confined yesterday. The case has been forwarded to the Office of the Attorney General for prosecution. This is not the first time that Siswico has been in trouble with the law. Back in 2007, he was arrested on suspicion of fourth-degree criminal sexual conduct. The alleged victim at that time was a female known to him, according to prison records. Siswico was released the day of his arrest, however, and given a notice to appear in court at a later time. But no further updates on that 2007 case were filed with the judiciary of Guam. Court records show that Siswico was also arrested back in 1993. However, details of that case are not available because they were expunged. We'll have more news after this.
Chili's Grill and Bar is now open at the second floor of the Tumon Sands Plaza.
Hi, welcome to Chili's.
Come and see what the buzz is all about. Grab your friends and savor their sizzling fajitas, big mouth burgers, and fall off the bone smoked ribs while sipping on their world famous Presidente margaritas. Treat yourself to an elevated experience at Chili's and feel why they're like no place else. Now open on the second floor of Tumon Sands Plaza. Together, we Chili's.
Take Care Wellness presents the 7th Save the Susu Dance Fitness Fundraiser, October 19 from 6 to 8 p.m. at Tizen High School. Tickets are $10 in advance, $15 the day of the event, and $5 for kids ages 6 to 12. Tickets are available at Take Care Wellness, Guam Cancer Care, and through Marissa Collins. Grand prize for the raffle is a round-trip ticket to Asia or Micronesia from United Airlines. All proceeds benefit Guam Cancer Care. This message is made possible by the stations of Choice Broadcasting.
10 minutes past 8 a.m. here at The Point. Guam Police Chief Stephen Ignacio has confirmed for the Guam Daily Post that he met with the FBI yesterday to talk about the case against Jonia Mayor Jesse Blas, who was arrested on federal bribery and extortion allegations last week. Blas has denied taking any money from a meth dealer in exchange for allowing the dealer to use postal service mailboxes outside the Jonia Mayor's office. Chief Ignacio said that he spoke with the FBI about the allegations that were brought up during testimony in federal court last week by FBI Special Agent Rafael Fernandez. The testimony mentioned Department of Corrections Deputy Director Joey Terlahi, who has since resigned, and an unnamed Guam police officer, as well as certain unnamed Judiciary of Guam marshals, as all being involved in Mayor Blas's alleged dealings. The chief said that Guam police are not privy to the information the FBI has, but he said that GPD understands that the FBI has an ongoing investigation, and GPD does not know the identities of the people who are alleged to be involved. Chief Ignacio said that the Guam Police Department cannot move forward because we don't have any names. We don't know which officer they are investigating, so they cannot launch an investigation of their own. In related news, Jonia Mayor Jesse Blas says he's being held in violation of the law and his detention should be revoked. His attorney, Joseph Rosano, filed a motion for his release in district court yesterday, arguing that the government and magistrate judge failed to provide a legal justification to keep Mayor Blas in custody. Jonia Mayor was arrested by federal agents last week after he was indicted by a federal grand jury on bribery and extortion charges. Mayor Blas has pleaded not guilty. In his motion yesterday, Attorney Rosano argues that Blas has no significant criminal record and the government does not allege that he committed a crime of violence. Magistrate Judge Joaquin Manabusan ordered Blas be held behind bars pending trial because the government alleged he's a danger to the community. However, Attorney Rosano contends the court made a mistake. He argues the plain language in Congress confirms that the order to detain Blas was erroneous. The government's flawed argument, he said, led to a wrongful detention that has deprived Mayor Blas of his rights under the 8th and 5th Amendments of the U.S. Constitution. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now take a look at our weather.
I wouldn't be making any more, because the first time he made the argument that the guy shouldn't be in jail, they brought out the FBI guy that laid out all kinds of additional allegations against him and cops and marshals and all kinds of other people in the government. So this lawyer starts making about more noise about this guy doesn't need to be in jail. I can see the FBI and the prosecuting attorney come out with maybe even some more stuff.
Well, it might be the safest place for the mayor to be right now.
As a matter of fact, yeah, there's that other thing that he's got to consider. 8:13 in the morning. Right now, we got to consider what's happening in the world of weather, and basically from all indications this morning, radar and satellite, it's going to be a nice day outside. Expect some maybe some isolated showers, possibility of a thunderstorm at some point today. Should be some decent sunset hunting, and if you're going to go and hunt one, make sure that you are out and in position for it by about 5:50 or so this evening, because the sun's setting earlier tonight at 6:10. Came up this morning at 6:10. Probably going to do the same thing tomorrow, as the days and nights will be exactly the same length.
Yes.
That's so cool. That is. I like that equinox thing. And so this is going to happen again next year? Equinox?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep, twice a year.
Twice, 2 times. Nice. Like quiz night for Habitat for Humanity.
Much, yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. 8:13 in the morning. Let me just refresh the radar and see if there's anything else in the hood that's happening that Mike can point out to us.
Got the radar there, and we do see some showers that are down to the south of us. Had one flare up to the east, and then that thing just kind of fizzled out. Some drier air moving in. I think we're seeing a little bit more shower coverage into the morning, late morning hours than we were expecting. So there is a chance you could see a shower before lunchtime. But I think by lunchtime, the dry air will move on in and pretty much squash out any chances for significant rainfall, probably for the next 3 or 4 days. We'll look at satellite. We'll see what's going on, and we've got some drier air up to the the northeast of us. That is indicated by the pinks in the satellite return here, and there's plenty of that dry air up there as well, and it's going to kind of sink on down south into our region. Not going to really bring anything cooler, and you're not going to notice it being much drier, but you are going to notice that there are fewer clouds, and that means it'll be hotter, but certainly better for going out to the beach and getting those grill marks. Next best chance for any rainfall looks to be early next week as the disturbance 92W invest gets a little bit closer to the Marianas. Models are a little mixed on what it will be when it gets here. The GFS says it could be a strong tropical depression, maybe even a tropical storm, while the European model says, just some rain. So we'll see how it goes, but going to be good up until then.
All right, groovy. It's 8:15. That's news and weather together here on The Point.
Well, everybody's heard about the bird. The bird, bird, bird.
Circle K has a 3-pound rotisserie chicken, now available for the introductory price of $9.99. It's the biggest, tastiest, and most affordable rotisserie chicken of its kind on island. Save even more by getting a family meal with 2 sides and a bottle of wine for only $25.99. The Circle K rotisserie chicken. Get yours today. Circle K. Take it easy.
Portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by Mescla Bistro, and they got a couple of offerings for specials in the month of October. Yesterday I told you about the 3 cups chicken, and they've got another Taiwan style and Taiwan influence special. It's the Taiwan style beef and noodle soup, beef shank and tendons slowly simmered in a rich Taiwanese style soy-based broth. They serve that over noodles with bok choy and cilantro, available in Hagåtña and Tumon at the Grand Plaza Hotel. We encourage reservations. The number to make those is 969-2652. Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by American President Lines, global presence with a local home, and the team over at Take Care, offering proven wellness and fitness programs to encourage you and your family to live a healthy, balanced lifestyle. Preventative care, being active, eating right, relaxing and unwinding, and being socially connected. They'll show you how to do all of those things at Take Care.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on thepoint.gu.
Man, I got this nag on Facebook. And when I say nag, I'm not talking about that kind of nag. It's the kind of nag where it says, you've got a friend request. What do you want to do with this? And every time I look at Facebook, it gives me this friend request again. And it's odd because I should already be friends with him. It's a friend request from Doug Moylan. As in former Attorney General, Doug Moylan has sent me a friend request, and I haven't responded so far. And the reason why I'm twitchy about it is because it might be, it might be one of those scams, and I might be out $267,000 like GSWA is.
Someone probably goes to the profile. That happens a lot.
Could it be? Could it be? At any rate, so I don't know if I'm going to do that. Doug, if you're listening, double check. I think we're already friends, right? But if it is, you just send me another DM and put in there what you know what I want you to put in there. The numbers on the Starship Enterprise. You know what they are, and somebody look it up real quick. Go find a graphic and give me the numbers of the Starship Enterprise. There's some letters in front of it.
Yeah.
Of what?
Well, if I say it, then everybody will know it, and then you could still get ghosted.
No. Because I'll just tell you what it is. Enterprise.
It's NCC 1701.
You don't even need to look?
No, I don't have to look. I told you that.
Dude.
I thought you were a trekker, dude.
No, wait a second. I am flabbergasted here.
Your Star Trek game is weak, bro.
Oh, that's look, I bow before you. You are my Star Trek overlord now.
Yeah. Which one do you want? The original? The original was just 1701.
Yeah.
But then you had a new generation where you had the E, and, the D's, the E's.
So, but in the original was NCC, though, right?
The NCC, yeah.
Okay, so the question is, and Doug will know this because his Star Trek game is strong.
Yeah.
What does the NCC stand for?
Very good.
So Doug, if you really want, if that's really you and you really want to be my friend on Facebook, just send me what the NCC on the Enterprise numerical thing stands for, and I'll be happy to take that from you. What is it? 19 after 8 o'clock in the morning already, and big shouts to EJ Calvo, who I saw at the Brew things grand opening, the Guam Brewery's grand opening yesterday.
I saw your story from that yesterday.
You said, yep, you said, you know what? My favorite part of the show is when you and Blake pretend to talk about sports. I absolutely love the way you guys frame it because it's exactly right. We just sit in here and we pretend to talk about sports. So that's cool. And yeah, I guess it is time for Sports with Blake.
Okay, so now that we're over the pain of what was week 4 in our
I'm never going to get over it. I need therapy as a result.
We have a new weekly winner. Whoever Luck Ness Monster is, you are our weekly winner. So you pick up a Outback Steakhouse $10 gift certificate, plus a nice T-shirt from Current Guam.
Nice,
and Luck Ness Monster. I sent an email to the email that was listed in the group's page, but it sent it back saying it cannot be delivered. So Luck Ness Monster, give us a call here at 888-8255.
Has anybody picked up their prizes yet? I don't think anybody's picked up their prizes.
No, and I
Mingo's
still
like won twice.
Yeah, and I still
hasn't gotten his.
Yeah, I haven't heard from Tao Tao. I still don't even know who Tao Tao is. They haven't called me and told me who they are, and they've got a Napa package because they were week 2 winner. They got a Napa package along with a Red Lobster gift certificate that they'll get to take. So and a T-shirt. So yeah, but folks just need to call us up and let us know.
What the NCC stands for, and Michael will give you your prize. Look, we gotta get good at getting these prizes out to people because at the end of all of this, whoever is the ultimate winner of the most games correctly called is going to win either an iPhone or a Samsung Note 10 or Pixel 4 or something like that. You get to choose. It's the Pick'em promotion, so you get to choose which phone you're going to get from GTA. So I mean, guys, you need when Michael reaches out to you, this is not a scam. We're not trying to get $267,000 from you, okay?
Poor GSWA.
This contest has been approved by the governor of Guam.
The stamp of approval.
Everybody else got to get investigated and drug tested, but not us. Number one, we're going to fail. And number 2, she just trusts us to be able to execute this contest.
That's true. Yep. And through week 4, the leader in the running for that really great grand prize, Ming the Merciless, holding it at 51 wins, I could put it there. 51-11 after 4 weeks. Wow.
Nice.
A 10-point lead over Tiger Raider, who's in second, and also Niners for Life, both at 41. Then you got the Bucks start here, Japali 01, Duhawk 671, Mr. Wanu, all at 40. Correct picks. So that pretty much rounds out the top 10, more or less. I have 38. I suck.
I have 39. I'm at 14.
What's mine? What am I?
You are at, let's see here, 38. You're right there with Mike.
Okay,
yeah.
so 38. Okay, that's not bad again, considering how blonde I am when it comes to football and stuff. And I know somebody's going to say, well, why do you say that you're blonde? Why are you picking on blondes like that?
Well,
but I have.
Look, I'm just saying. Okay, I'm dense when it comes to football. All right.
Why blondes get for this week though? So
yeah, why do blondes get so much?
I don't know. And they won't call me to complain because the last time one of them did, I asked who helped them with the phone, and they hung up on me. So 8:22 in the morning, and so there's a little bit of football going on today. Then, and I'm not going to look at the football pick'ems today. I'm going to take a day off of football pick'ems because we got all Thursday to be anxious about that. All day Thursday, and then the game starts on Friday, and so I don't want. I'm just kind of taking a break from the NFL anxiety for just a little bit.
It's it's one of those things where if you do look at it too much, you will drive yourself crazy, and you'll rip all your hair out.
All right, 8:23 now. There's a couple of things that I did. Did the grand opening of the brewery, the Guam Brewery yesterday, and that was nice. All kinds of dignitaries there, and I'm in the newspaper. And
did you make it?
The guy took a picture of me in the newspaper, and this picture is me. There's first gentleman Jeff Cook. This guy's my divorce lawyer. He told me if I get divorced one more time, he's going to give me a volume discount. Anyway. So there's Jeff, Ed Camacho from over at Gita, our Vanessa Malumai from the sales department here, and the Point 93.9 FM radio station host Ray Gibson. There's a picture of me. It's page 11 of the Guam Daily Post. So I'm going to buy up all the copies of this and send them out to my friends.
What does it say? The
93.3 FM radio station host.
Okay.
The Point. It actually has the whole name. The Point 93.9 Oh, 9.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay. Kevin, you're going to have to go fire somebody, all right? There's a nice guy of Hudul Sim was the photographer. I appreciate that.
And this morning you got a whole bunch of people tuned into 93.9 in here.
All right. Anyway, 8:24. Now, the other thing I did yesterday, because it was fun, is there is a new place to go for some cool outdoor gear. And I want to call it, it's like hiking and camping kind of. If you spend any time outside, you're going to want to check out this store. It's called Southern Mountain Gear. And if you're watching on Facebook Live, I'm gonna put a link to them from on Facebook, so you can go right to their page and see kind of what they're all about there. But they have among all kinds of stuff. So I was telling you about I was camping out over the weekend.
Yeah.
And I didn't have a tent, and even I didn't put my tent together because there was a camp out, drinking involved. And so I said I got a hammock, so I tied it between two trees, and it was great until it started raining.
Oh.
And then, but as it turns out, the hammock kit that I have, there's a rain slick that's available for it.
Goes over?
It goes over.
Like
so
a
it
roof.
looks like a tent, but I mean, it doesn't constrict the airflow and stuff like that.
That sounds much better.
Yeah. And now I can buy one because they have it at the Southern, at that place, Southern Mountain Gear. It's right next to Doug Moylan's office. So you know where there's a submarine in Agania? Okay, so it's upstairs. Go upstairs.
Okay.
That's the place.
I go to that submarine a lot.
They have beer-flavored goo.
Really?
Yes.
So
Yes,
so what is it's all outdoor, like
It's
outdoor,
like outdoorsy stuff,
like
right?
an REI. You ever been to an REI?
Well, like I said, if you're doing camping and you're doing like hiking and stuff, it's like you wear people wear the wrong kind of shoes when they hit the trail, so they've got all kinds of the right kind of shoes in there.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's
I haven't been to an REI, but I did went and saw REO once.
That's me sitting in the corner, and they got cool socks.
Yeah, they got beer-flavored goo. Do they have well, I guess they're on a second floor. They're not big enough to have a rock wall, but maybe if they keep expanding, maybe they build a new facility.
Yeah,
with a rock wall.
climb outside if you want to.
No,
yeah, the old building. I'm sure there's some place to put your fingernails. But anyway,
Some holds.
They're friends of mine, so I'm giving them a plug. I want to give them a little head start in this business. They've always been nice to me, so I wanted to return the favor. Southern Mountain Gear next to Doug Moylan's office. If you over by the legislature, it's in between the kind of catty corner from the legislature and the museum. Nice people. 8:26 in the morning, and I attempted to go watch my daughter's JV game yesterday, but I'm dumb, and so I show up and she looks at me like, "What are you doing here? I'm not playing tonight." And I said, "But Academy is." And she said, because the varsity, they played against a school that's only got a varsity team. St. Paul. They don't have a JV.
Right.
So the JV girls were, they were there, but they weren't playing.
Just there in spirit. Yeah. The mid-season is where we're at in IIAAG/DOE girls volleyball. The Academy Cougars, like you said, Ray, they took on the St. Paul Warriors. Cougars dominated on the home floor, and I'm sure it was cold in there too. 3 sets, 25-21, 25-16, and 25-21. Let's see here. I got my standings here. So they will run their record to 6-3. And I don't have any of the other scores, but I know Notre Dame, JFK, the two undefeated teams on top of the heap. So I'm wondering, curious, or if anybody could just shoot something to me or Ray or in the Facebook, whether Notre Dame or JFK won and remain undefeated or not.
Yeah.
So just a couple more weeks left in the season as well. Not very many games.
A couple of posts on Facebook. I'm just going over some of this. I was talking about Doug Moylan wanting to friend me on Facebook. James Howard says, "Careful, could be Doug Moylan from Nigeria." The Nigerian Doug Moylan. Kazendo's back for more punishment. Good morning to you. Linda Gabriel is hanging out with us this morning. And let me see who else is making all kinds of weird comments. Smug Wimp asking, who doesn't know that by heart, what the NCC stands for? And Mark Cruz has chimed in with what he believes it is. Is it Naval Construction Contract?
Yes.
Naval Construction Contract. As in like the U.S. Navy?
Yes.
Okay.
Even though it was space, I don't really get that. But yeah, I looked it up when y'all were talking about it, and that's what it was.
James Howard says it's the new cannabis craft. No Cincinnati celebration, says Nick Perlosky. That's fun. Terry Bold's hanging out with us this morning. Do we have any wrestling that we can talk about? Because he's a big wrestling guy.
No, not wrestling season yet. I guess second quarter. So it'll be coming up next, the next round of sports.
Yep. And yes, I'm going to get the hammock and the rain slick in the next 3 weeks, Dennis. I know exactly what you're talking about, and it could be another opportunity for shenanigans and camping out. Great pick on winning team last night, Steelers, says Keena McCausland, and she's absolutely right. That was the the last of the NFL games that we had to worry about for that lousy week. And I called it for the Steelers, and thank goodness they won.
I changed
I'm
it.
at 7. You changed it at the last minute.
I changed it. Yeah, I told you that yesterday. I changed it at the last minute, and they repaid me by putting 3 points on the board. That was it.
Isn't it amazing?
That's about all they had in them, I guess.
Yep.
Go Bengals.
All right, and so I think that's all I got, but we still got a little bit more time. What is to look forward to this weekend? We got Wednesday night, and no doubt there's going to be a couple of big games going to be happening this weekend.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I have pulled up here. I have the next round of girls volleyball, which is, like I said, still looking to see if we have some undefeateds. Hopefully between now and then I will get that information. I can pass it on. But Tiedzen will face off against Guam Adventist. That's another team that has, I believe, only a JV. They don't have a varsity.
A varsity.
I think. Yeah.
Oh, how interesting.
Meanwhile, you may have to take the long drive on Friday evening. Yeah, going all the way down to Southern High. The Cougars will play off against the Lady Dolphins. St. Paul will see action not very far from where they're at St. John's Gymnasium against the Lady Knights. Sanchez versus Ukadu, just across the street neighbors battling it out. GW will take on ND, and Harvest will see undefeated JFK. That's for girls volleyball. And for football, I believe this is the last round of teams, so all the teams have seen each other except for these two. FD will play Tiedzen. I believe that game will be at well, I don't know. You know what? That game is going to be to be determined because FD and Tiedzen, neither of them have a field. And the reason they can't play at the GW field is because GW will be hosting Sanchez at their field, unless, they move them around. So either way, I'll try to get some information before Friday on where that game will be. But Sanchez will face off against the Geckos at GW field. Both these games Friday night, 7 p.m.
All right. Earlier asking the question for no real good reason other than that they've now done some significant research and discovered that earlier revelations about eating red meat were false. And they're in very, very large groups over long periods of time. You might be able to see some reason to be concerned about, hardening of the arteries and things that they attributed to just plain old eating of red meat and porks and stuff. But as it turns out, the research that they did to originally support those claims was bad research. It was flawed. They didn't have the right information. So now they're saying it's okay, eat red meat.
It's also
as much as you want.
It's also super outdated, right? Like, didn't those studies come from like the 40s and 50s?
I don't know.
And they really haven't changed. Because I've been hearing don't eat red meat always.
Forever. Yeah,
forever.
for your entire life.
Yeah.
Because they say, well, you eat red meat, it's going to make your arteries hard, you're going to die a young man.
Yeah,
now, in this case, eat as much red meat as you want to. It's not going to take any years off your life. Of course, the last year of your life will be insufferable because you'll be living in some kind of ancient people care, one of those old people's homes. But at least you'll still be alive, right?
Yeah,
so go
I guess.
and eat as much red meat as possible. But then we were riffing on if you could eat only one thing for the rest of your life, what would it be? Mike says tacos. Chris Chip online said pizzas. There's some people chiming in talking about Spam. Some people talking about different kinds of kadu made from the Azuzu cab.
I stole your
crab.
tacos. I know. I could see the look on your face.
Kevin said broccoli.
I'm going enchiladas.
Enchiladas.
Okay, I'm going enchiladas. I'm going enchiladas.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I'm going enchiladas.
Did I say what I was going to eat for the rest of my life? The one meal I was going to eat for the rest.
Cheeseburgers.
Okay, so it was cheeseburgers
in paradise.
Yeah, because it's you can't screw up a cheeseburger.
No.
It's a revelation that came to me many years ago. I was traveling someplace and sat down at a fancy restaurant, looked at the majority of the menu, and I just didn't see anything I liked. I didn't see anything. I wanted to risk the time, trouble, and expense of ordering and then eating, and at the end of it say, it's just okay, right?
Yeah.
So I asked the waiter. I said, "Could you fix me a cheeseburger?" And the guy says, "Yeah." And it dawned on me at that moment in time that the cheeseburger is one of those universal foods. You have to work to screw it up.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to really try hard to screw up a cheeseburger.
And I think you got to try hard to find somebody who doesn't like it, too.
Yeah,
Like, you know what I mean? Like, who doesn't like a cheeseburger?
I don't know.
Vegans. Nobody I can trust, I guess.
But if you're a vegan and we're under the impression that the red meat was going to kill you and that's why you stopped eating it, the research is bad. Red meat's okay. Have as much of it as you want to. I'll see you at McDonald's. It's 8:33 in the morning, and that's all the time we got to pretend to talk about sports. Blake Watson's going to go finish the morning show over on Star 101. We're going to stay here, get caught up with headlines from the Guam Daily Post. And you know what I haven't done yet? I have not yet played the governor's address where she is going to personally handle this corruption and all of these allegations.
People are anxiously waiting.
I know it. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll take the break, come back with news, and then on the other side of that, maybe I'll play the governor's address.
Are you ready for some football?
The Ray Gibson Show has got your NFL fix every Friday on Sports with Blake. Get the latest updates as Blake and Mike break down the upcoming action. Get your game on with the boys on the hotline, 888-TALK, or sound off on Facebook Live at thepoint.gu. League members get a chance to win some awesome prizes that get you through the NFL season. The NFL Picks on The Ray Gibson Show is brought to you by Current Guam with special thanks to GTA.
Story that somebody sent me from The Guardian. Business Live, Thomas Cook travel chaos. Firms collapse leaves 150,000 people stranded abroad as it happens. And I want to know a little bit more about this story. Not that I'm a big travel buff, but I mean, Thomas Cook's been around for an awful long time. And a lot of people use them to, make and execute travel plans that sometimes include things like weddings and funerals. Can you imagine being stuck someplace and not being able to get moving? Because basically the people that are in charge of your travel went out of business and didn't tell anybody. It's like the last days of Pan Am. They just stopped going to work. It's 8:34 in the morning and time for headlines from the Guam Daily Post. Here is Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. In the headlines of the Guam Daily Post this morning, the Mayor's Council of Guam will hold off on appointing residents to the Jonia Municipal Planning Council until the Mayor's Council itself gets advice from the Office of the Attorney General. According to the Mayor's Council, the law requires the establishment and appointment of a district municipal planning council and places that authority in the district's village mayor. But Jail Jonia Mayor Jesse Blas never made any appointments to the Jonia Municipal Planning Council. Jonia is the only village without a municipal planning council. Mayor's Council Executive Director Angel Sablan said in a statement yesterday that the mayors appreciate the over 20 Jonia residents that have made their interest known to become members of the Jonia Planning Council, but it's best to await the opinion of the AG before the mayors make any appointments to the Jonia Municipal Planning Council. Mayor Blas was inaugurated back in January of 2017 as the mayor of Jonia. Last week, he was arraigned in federal court in bribery and extortion charges. Mayor's Council Executive Director Sablan said the day-to-day operations of the Jonia Mayor's office will continue and the village's fiesta will still be held on October 6th. Governor Lulian Guerrero has decided to approve a lease on Guam DOE's Building E in Tidzin to the Guahan Academy Charter School. Guam DOE and Guahan Academy have been arguing over the use of the building. Guam DOE maintains that they're using the facility already for their special education division and for the language revitalization center, among other uses. But in a letter yesterday to Guam DOE Superintendent John Fernandez, the governor wrote she was saddened that months of cooperative work towards the shared use of Building E did not result in a lease between the charter school and Guam DOE. So she has decided to now go ahead, and since the lease didn't happen, she's forced to approve a lease with only GACs. A woman arrested in connection with a disturbance at a hotel in Tumon is accused of offering a police officer sexual favors in exchange for her freedom. 35-year-old Dion O'Connor Garganta Estella is charged with bribery as a third-degree felony and criminal mischief as a misdemeanor. According to court documents, police responded to a disturbance at the Hilton on Monday. The officers heard shouting coming from down a hallway where multiple G4S security guards were responding to a noise complaint. Security said that the hotel room was trashed and the suspect became aggressive when she was asked to leave the hotel. According to the complaint, the woman then allegedly offered the officers sexual favors multiple times and money if they agreed to release her from custody. Inside her room, according to the complaint, police found an assault rifle-style BB gun and a small plastic baggie with meth residue. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
I see that, 8:38 in the morning. Thank you very much, Kevin Kerrigan. As I said, 8:38, that's iConnect time. Run to the nearest iConnect and ask them about their great tax refund special. You buy a year's worth of service, they'll get you a free month of service and maybe even a free phone. Terms and conditions apply. Find out what they are by calling iConnect at 888-8888. 9:39 in the morning. It is the Ray Gibson Show, and from time to time I take a look at the traffic gizmo and see if there's anything that is going to prevent you from wandering around at top speed in this island, and it doesn't look like there is. Might be a little bit of traffic northbound Marine Corps Drive, maybe a little bit getting into Anderson Air Force Base, but nothing major. Don't see too much happening. A little bit of a slowdown at the intersection of 4 and 10 right now, mostly just people trying to get through that intersection and continue their journey, their passage upon Route 4 into the downtown Agutnia area. A little bit of traffic around the construction spots. You might also see some traffic over on West O'Brien Drive. Don't know why, but it's headed northbound on O'Brien Drive, which is troubling because there's absolutely no reason for a lot of people to be in Agutnia right now at this time of day. Don't see too much happening in front of Navy Hospital, and don't see a whole lot of people that are stuck, but traffic moving fairly slow at the intersection of Marine Corps Drive and on the way into Big Navy and Sumai. It's 20 minutes until 9 o'clock in the morning. It's the Ray Gibson Show, and that was Right Now Traffic.
Want 10% off your next flight to the U.S.? Now through October 31, receive 10% off select United Airlines flights to the U.S. when you purchase your ticket with your United credit card or United Mileage Plus credit card from First Hawaiian Bank. Use promo code FHB019 when booking your flight. With a travel sale like this, you could wake up to a different sunrise in any part of the U.S. Visit FHB.com/United Fair Sale 19 to learn more. Terms and conditions and restrictions apply. First Hawaiian Bank, member FDIC.
There's something wrong with you people. Something wrong with you people. You're using my WhatsApp for amusement purposes at 988-5874 if you've got any more of those. Current meme that is online right now, doctor telling the patient, I'm sorry, but you can only eat seafood from now on. And then just below that is a picture of the guy talking to his pig saying, you must learn to swim now, little piggy. You must learn to swim. Oh, that's just the sweet stuff there. 888-8255 is the telephone number. And we got all kinds of other stuff that we're going to be talking about. I was talking with Jimmy Moylan, the senator, a little bit ago, maybe an hour or so ago, about just stuff over at the legislature. He's introduced a new piece of legislation there, which would require of candidates before we're all done with the elections, the candidates, in addition to some of the other things that they've got to fill out, forms and financial information and biodata and whatever is on the application, right? He would also suggest that these guys go and be drug tested for just the drugs that are illegal, not marijuana, because everybody can smoke marijuana now. It's not a big deal. But crystal methamphetamine, cocaine, heroin, that kind of thing. And it would not bar you from continuing to run for office. It's not one of those things where if you did pee dirty, that you couldn't run for office.
I'll tell you that, man. I don't feel nothing, man.
You could still run for office, but everybody would know that you had been taking drugs. So he thinks that would be a good idea. And I'm like, dude, as long as we're testing, why don't we have like an aptitude test? We'll just have them take, we'll have them take the easy version of the military battery. That's what we'll do, the ASVAB. We'll have these guys in there take the easy one. I wouldn't even give them like the high school version of the SAT. Isn't there a younger, like a 7th grade SAT or an 8th grade SAT or something like that before you get into high school? I want to say that there is. So we just give all of these potential candidates an opportunity to take these tests. And again, it's not pass or fail. If you pass, great. If you fail, no big deal, no harm. It's not like we're going to prevent you from running for office. It's just that everybody would get to see your score and know that you're a dumb. It's 8:42 in the morning, and love to. And you know what? We'd let you. I'd do it this way. I'd let you take the test again. I mean, if you failed or if you're not happy with your score, I would let you take the test again. But I tell everybody that you took the test twice. There's no way around it. And then online, there's a meme here. Guam legislature aptitude test. It's a boy pushing against a door that says "pull," which is something that you will see at Touré every day. Every day. I had a meeting with a lady, maybe you know her. I got together with a lady named Annette Donner the other day over at, had a cup of coffee with her over at the Touré place, and it was really, really nice. And we were sitting by the door, and virtually every person that came up to the door was pulling on a door that clearly said push, or maybe it said pushing on a door that said pull. I can't remember, but they were doing it wrong. And yeah, maybe we ought to get Arlene together with Annette and talk documentary making and stuff like that. Good morning, Arlene Live.
Good morning. How are you?
You know what? Never better. Thanks for asking. I'm living the dream, just like you all said I would.
I know. We're all living our dream, and that's important.
Absolutely is. 8:44 in the morning, and you've got another one of these Micronesia Area Research Center speeches coming up.
That's right. Every second Tuesday of the month. And next week, Tuesday, our primo, Phil Flores, is going to be talking about banking on self-determination.
Banking on self-determination.
Isn't that a cool title?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it kind of goes along with what you were doing last month. You had Chief Justice Carbolito. Yeah, he was there talking about law in the day and age of self-determination. So we're expanding the conversation now into banking in the general economy, or just banking?
Well, part of what Mark does is it serves as a trusted research and educational center about Micronesia. And so at the moment, after the Ninth Circuit decision on the Davis case, self-determination and political status are very important in as far as the educational aspect of it. And so because that is part of our educational mission at Mark, we strive to provide access to the various points of views on issues that are significant to our community. We do not take a position on any of them, but what we try to do is provide the forum for these issues to be discussed.
Sure.
And our intention is to raise the level of discussion in a more informed way. So what we did was we lined up for the rest of the year 4 individuals to speak on the issue of self-determination or the political status, whichever they wish. And so Chief Justice Phil Carbolito spoke about the condition of the courts under an independent Guam. Phil is coming in to talk about what will banking and business be like in a change of status. And then next month we have Lee Weber coming up, and he'll be talking about the Fourth Estate, the condition of the Fourth Estate under any other status or political status. And then in December, Jerry Perez, who has really been like a guru in the tourism industry, is coming in, and he will be talking about what is it? Something like the price of independence. Or
the price of independence. What happens when the flag stops flying? And will it make that much of a difference in the hospitality industry?
It's going to make a difference, and so I think that's the difference we have to discuss, right? And the different committees that are tasked to provide education on these different statuses have done a very good job, but we want to come outside of that and listen to the people that are in the industry, the ones who are involved in the work and have been involved in this work for decades, right? So we want to hear from their perspective, not just to provide a more informed and a broader information base for the people, because the people are going to have to make the decision. It's in the people's hands.
Yeah, but when are the people going to make a decision?
That's not for you and me to say. That's a political will. And I think one of the reasons why we've come this far is the political will's not there.
So we just keep talking about it until everybody's kind of blue in the face, and we've expanded and expounded on all of the possibilities, on all of the different versions of self-determination that are before us. But this is like one of those basketball games. You ever watch the Harlem Globetrotters, and every once in a while they'll do one of their sketches where they just keep moving the basketball around. Nobody takes a shot. They just keep going and moving the ball around and passing guys and passing it to each other, but nobody ever actually takes a shot for a long, long time. And that's what this feels like. It's one of those things where everybody's got the ball and they're dribbling and they're going up and down the different courts and and fake passing and all of that stuff, but nobody's actually trying to put the ball into the hoop, and we've got to get to that point. But that I suppose that's beyond the scope of the speeches, though, right?
You know what, Ray? How interesting did you make that analogy? Because I was involved in that too. Do you remember when I was K57? And I was involved in the promotion of the Harlem Globetrotters. And we brought them to Guam. We took them up to the University of Guam, to the field house, and they did a performance there. And that is exactly that is a very good analogy, because when you raise awareness, that ball has to keep moving. It has to be discussed. And by the time a decision is made, whether a decision is made or not, people are well informed. So the movement of that ball is critical in an educational process.
Yep.
And that's our job. Our job is not to push the envelope, to do the vote, or to carry it forward, or to convince. It is only to inform. That's what we do.
Moving forward here, and I'm glad that you've got Phil that's going to be doing the next round of speeches, and I appreciate the look into the future. If you'd like to see the past of these Mark seminars, Mark speeches, you've been working with KUAM to get those things online, right?
Yeah, well, they're online at the legislative channels, and then we spoke to Marie Monge, and she said there's so much content here that they were willing to do it, and the partnership with KUAM. The exciting part of that is that they broadcast that as well in the CNMI. And so now the CNMI has a perspective that they might not have had before, at least what the region is looking at here on Guam.
Nice.
So we are very, very grateful to Marie for making that decision.
No, I want to say thanks very much as well. I don't have a television arm, but if I did, I'd like to have access to some of that content as well, because I know that people.
It's on YouTube.
Well, I know that. I'm just trying to help you get some publicity for your partnership with Marie. They're friends of mine as well.
And with Ray Gibson.
Yes, it's all of us. You see, 10 away from the top of the hour. Well, I wanted to make sure that we got word on that. So Tuesday next at the University of Guam.
6:30 at the class lecture hall.
Gotcha. For details, I'll remind everybody about it as we get closer and closer to it. I'll see you pretty soon.
Appreciate that.
No problem. It's Arlene Live, and again, Phil Floor is going to be making the next of the big speeches in the seminar series that they've got going on. In 9 minutes, it'll be 9 o'clock in the morning, and I'd earlier threatened to play the governor's address. And I believe that I have it queued and ready to go. This might be... And I'm kind of going to drag out the introduction because I know some of you need a longer warning. This might be the most vital thing that we hear from the government of Guam, and in fact, the governor of Guam today. It was so important that they embargoed its release until 6 o'clock this morning. If you went to the YouTube page where the video was reposed last night, you could click on it, but nothing would play.
Denied.
Yes, because it was that important that we had to embargo it in case another governor from somebody else wanted to steal her thunder, or in case somebody else wanted to steal the governor's thunder. So that's what happened there. Nick Perlosky, stop that. Nick says it's earplug time. There's no closed caption on this, but this is, and I almost guarantee it, probably the only place where you'll be able to watch the video and comment in real time. Anytime there's ever anything on the YouTubes, they turn off all of the comments. The same thing over at the legislature, because they don't want to know that people think they're dumbs. So here's the way it works. I'm not going to turn off any commentary, and I'm going to make sure that all of your comments with regard to the governor's address go hand in hand with her address. Now, having said all of that in my long-winded introduction, again, floor warning, whichever way you want to take it, without any further delay, now, ladies and gentlemen, a special address from Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. And fire. And play. Okay, there we go. Is it rolling?
Half a day. Like newly elected governors and lieutenant governors from around the country, Josh and I came to office facing a tidal wave of crime. Our streets felt more violent. Drug-related crime was on the rise, and as usual, we were left with too few tools to do the job. But we did not despair. We worked with Democrats in the Guam legislature to pass a budget that will put 30 more police officers on the street, fund the first drug detoxification unit in years, and secure more funds for youth mental health first aid. We won a federal grant to place detection dogs at our port and fix the X-ray that identifies drug shipments hidden in commercial containers. But none of our progress in public safety, none of it matters if we do not trust those who are sworn to serve and protect. Let me be clear. The vast majority of law enforcement officers in this community are good people. We appreciate and respect that they run toward the danger, not away from it, that they so often place the safety of our families above time with their own. But recent events force us to confront hard, uncomfortable truths that a few of those charged with enforcing the law may in fact be breaking it. And while everyone is entitled to his or her day in court, we have to acknowledge that we have been here too many times before. We have seen those who entrust us with power corrupt our communities with drugs, exploit women, and rob us of the faith we place in each other. And slowly, when things don't change, trust turns to fear, and fear becomes frustration. I understand these feelings because I feel them too. I know that we wonder if our problems are unique to Guam, if something is broken with law enforcement here that isn't broken anywhere else. Yet we are not alone. From New York City to Philadelphia, Keeling, Texas, to Honolulu, communities across the nation are dealing with small elements of law enforcement that cross the line and abuse their power. Acknowledging this national reality isn't about dismissing our local problems, it is about understanding them. We are a part of a national struggle to restore faith in law enforcement. And yet, we must also acknowledge that our challenges are made on Guam and only Guam has the power to meet them. It also means that we must remember the hundreds of men and women who work in Guam's law enforcement community with honesty, integrity, and heart. They didn't choose to enforce the law because they like long shifts away from their families. They aren't protecting our businesses or villages to get their names in the paper or because their line of work will make them rich. They do it because they are a part of something larger than themselves. And I will not allow all their work, suffering, and sacrifice to be betrayed by those few who dishonor their profession. For this reason, I am asking the Attorney General of Guam to exercise his existing authority to receive confidential public complaints, to independently investigate and prosecute abuses of power in any agency or branch of government. If any impediments of law exist, I ask that the legislature remove them with all due haste. If additional resources must be found, our branches must come together and find them. Additionally, I ask that the legislature work with me and fix the Guam Community Police Review Commission, which has remained dormant and ineffective despite it being reconstituted years ago. While its mandate is laudable, its purview must be expanded beyond the confines of GPD. And the legislature must recognize that no commission can receive complaints, make findings of fact, recommend disciplinary actions, or suggest legislative changes without meaningful support and clear guidance from our lawmakers. Finally, I will require that any person permanently appointed to lead a law enforcement agency or become its deputy will be subject to the same polygraph and psychological evaluation as a director of the same agency, whether they are subject to legislative confirmation or not. Every day, the men and women of our law enforcement agencies put on their uniforms, strap on their boots, and work to keep us safe. To them, we owe our deepest gratitude. These policies are not meant to persecute those who faithfully enforce the law. They are meant to punish the lawless. Now, I am not naive enough to believe that any set of policies can prevent corruption or stop the abuse of power 100% of the time. But I do believe that this is a place to start. As was said long ago, it is common sense to take a method and try it. If it fails, admit it frankly and try another. But above all, try something. We will try not because it is easy, but because it is hard. While others point fingers, we will point the way forward. That is the Guam I believe in. That is the Guam we owe to each other. That is the Guam we must leave to our children.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero and a special address from the governor's office about the state of crime and corruption. I have an idea. This is my simple. Let's try this first before we try anything else. And it's a simple one. Drug test everybody. Just drug test everybody. We got all of the different labs on Guam. Just send one to each department agency on Guam, and nobody gets a paycheck until after they've peed in a cup. How's that? And then let's start weeding out some of these guys. I'm not saying that everybody smokes ice is a criminal, but we might be able to find somebody that can help the police department and finger the guys in the department and in other law enforcement agencies that are. Drug test all of them. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. It's the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. Coming up, we get to spend some time with my breakfast boys from over at KFC and maybe even Dave Sublime. Stick around, Brown. This is The Point.
A change of plans. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. State Department officials linked to President Trump's impeachment inquiry will appear before Congress a bit later than expected.
A closed-door session with Ambassador Masha Jovanovic will not happen Wednesday as previously scheduled. Instead, she will answer questions next week. The House Intelligence, Oversight, and Foreign Affairs committees are scheduling several depositions over the next 2 weeks with former and current State Department officials, including the Trump administration's top negotiator in Ukraine, Kurt Volker, will appear Thursday. The Inspector General for the intelligence community, who first passed along a whistleblower's complaint, will testify Friday. Democrats want answers about potential pressure put on Ukraine's government to investigate former Vice President Joe Biden.
Fox's Jared Halpern on Capitol Hill. Testimony has ended for the day in the penalty phase of a former Dallas police officer convicted this morning of murdering her neighbor inside his apartment. The mother of Motham John Allison John told the court she has been struggling since his death.
It's just been like a roller coaster. I cannot sleep. I cannot eat. It's just been the most terrible time for me.
Amber Geiger's lawyers had argued she was tired after working a long shift and thought she was in her apartment when she shot John. She faces 5 to 99 years in prison. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine asking lawmakers to ban the sale of flavored e-cigarettes as concerns continue to grow about their safety.
Youth e-cigarette use has skyrocketed to what both the U.S. Surgeon General and the FDA have called, and I quote, epidemic levels.
The Ohio Health Department has identified 22 cases of illnesses they say are linked to vaping. America's listening. Fox News.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
A homeowner's policy protects much more than just your house. It also protects you against claims from someone being hurt on your property. If a visitor is injured at your place, how much are you covered for? The smart thing to do is get the answer today.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
I'm a working mom and could really use more hours in my day. Thankfully, my non-electric Kinetico water treatment system has simplified my life. It's easier to clean my home with Kinetico conditioned water. No more scrubbing tubs or wiping water spots. Cleaners work better and last longer. And all the Kinetico drinking water we want is right here. No more lugging home bottled water. All this, and I'm saving money too, thanks to Kinetico.
American Water Tech, a passion for improving lives through better water.
Top college athletic director criticizing California over a new law that will allow athletes to profit on their name and likeness.
Ohio State Athletic Director Gene Smith speaking out Tuesday against California's Fair Pay to Play Act signed by Governor Gavin Newsom, which would allow college athletes in that state to profit off their name, image, and likeness.
It's very difficult for us, who are practitioners in this space, to figure out how do you regulate that? How do you ensure that the unscrupulous bad actor does not enter that space.
Smith, part of a working group of college administrators who are working with the NCAA to create set regulations regarding athlete pay. This as the state of Florida has now introduced legislation that would allow college athletes in the Sunshine State to also profit on NIL rights. Matt Napolitano, Fox News.
A former college exam proctor agreeing to plead guilty and cooperate with investigators as part of the college admission cheating scandal. Igor Dvorsky agreeing to plead guilty to a single charge of conspiracy to commit racketeering. He previously pled not guilty in March. He's accused of accepting bribes to help parents rig their children's scores on the SAT and ACT. Authorities say he received $10,000 per student while administering tests at a school in Los Angeles. The charge is punishable by up to 20 years in prison. But prosecutors say they will seek a sentence at the low end of federal guidelines. Dvorsky is also agreed to give back $150,000. A Virginia high school teacher fired for not using a transgender student's preferred pronoun has filed a lawsuit. Peter Vlaming says his rights to speak freely and exercise his religion were violated. The lawsuit states he sincerely believes that referring to a female as a male by using an objectively male pronoun is telling a lie. He was fired last December. At that time, he told supporters at West Point High School his religion prevented him from using male pronouns for the student, who informed the school of his transition over the summer. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
Looking to relocate your business? Prime Space is available at the Camacho Landmark Center at the intersection of Marine Corps Drive and Chalon, San Antonio, next to Personal Finance Center. Located in central Tamuning, close to the airport, hotels, major shopping, restaurants, financial institutions, the hospital, clinics, schools, and GovGuam and federal agencies. Your business can experience the benefits of this first-class commercial facility. Join other successful Guam businesses who have moved to this modern multi-purpose commercial center. Call Carlos Camacho, 300-7744 for more information.
I hear that. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show, the really, really good ones, you know, where I'm absolutely brilliant and you're going, God, we're lucky to have this guy in Guam Radio. Brought to you by the guys over at, was that too much? It's a little too much, wasn't it? Brought to you by the guys over at American President Lines. APL, that's a global presence because they got APL places all over the globe. Global presence with a local home. It's also being brought to you by the guys over at Wendy's. You asked, and the Queen of Spice has delivered. Wendy's Spicy Smackdown is here. Pick your choice of heat. Spicy nuggets with sriracha dipping sauce, bacon jalapeno cheeseburger, or chicken sandwich, bacon jalapeno pepper fries with melted cheese, and a spicy buffalo chicken salad. The heat is definitely on at Wendy's. Now that's better.
Rediscover talk radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Superstation. You know, you found a place. So is Melissa Akimoto. Linda Gabriel is online. Chris Chip saying absolutely drug test administered by an outside agency. You need to find somebody that is going to do the drug testing that is not necessarily affiliated with the government of Guam. Let's find somebody not just not affiliated with the government of Guam, but let's find somebody from out of town that ain't related to anybody around here, and maybe we'd get a better shot at seeing real positive results here in the quest for drug testing. Now, I'm not suggesting that the governor of Guam wants to drug test everybody. That was my idea. That's my thinking here, and we start with that, and just everybody in the government of Guam. The lady with the paycheck is over there, but you have to see the lady with the little plastic cup before you see the lady with the paycheck. That's the way it's going to work, and everybody got to go memmy, and then when it's all done, we'll get a handle on who it is in the operation that might be having a problem with crystal methamphetamine, among other things. Among other drugs that you might get addicted to. I wouldn't test for marijuana. I don't care about that. It's legal now. And only time anybody ought to get in trouble with marijuana is doing something stupid like driving a bus or something heavy with it. But for all intents and purposes, we'd leave that one alone. I want to find out who the meth heads are and offer them some kind of a safe haven. We'll let you continue to do your job in the government of Guam after you've tested positive. But you got to tell us who you got the drugs from. Can you do that? You just put here's a piece of paper, write down the name and the address and phone number of the guy that is selling you the drugs, and then we hand that to the police officers that we know that are clean, the majority of them, and then maybe we start doing some arrests. Now, the problem is that people are going to get arrested here, and they're going to get thrown into the criminal justice system where they're going to be given what is probably in many cases about their fifth chance at getting it right. So we're going to have to certainly do something about making sure that we can live with some mandatory drug sentences for people that we find convicted of selling drugs in this town, and really throw the book at them. 8 after the hour. Who else is hanging around the program? I got Nick Perlowski and Smug still online, and who else is? I see Denise from Pulantet is hanging out with me in the program. Nick Perlowski's got all kinds of comments that he's making this morning, and frankly, you're missing them if you're not watching on Facebook Live. 888-8255. Ray, you get extra glass from Guam Brewery for all of your Facebook followers. No, I did not get. Are you saying I get one? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, Keena says you get extra glass from Guam Brewer for all. I'd like to. Somebody actually asked me to send them a couple of those glasses, and I could do something like. The problem is I'm the laziest guy in the world. So if you think that even if you sent me money and I would go to the Guam Brewery and buy a couple of those nice glasses that they've got there, and go to the post office and actually mail it to you. You've never met me. You don't know. I'm not the guy that does that kind of thing. I might have somebody do it for me, but I ain't the guy that does something like that. Chris says only test for drugs. Make sure they don't do VD. How embarrassing would that be? Oh, I don't know. Nick says my job requires me to be drug tested. I have no issue with that whatsoever because I have nothing to hide. And I think a lot of people are going to say that. That's fine. Go ahead, drug test me. There's no reason for me to be worried about anything like that. And you can drug test me anytime you want to. 10 after 9 o'clock in the morning. 888-8255-888-TALK is my telephone number. A very close, very dear personal friend of mine's on the line. Dave Sublime, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, pretty well, Ray. Good morning to you and your listeners.
Yeah, good morning to you as well. And yesterday should have been the first of the hearings over at the Public Utilities Commission on the future of Guam's new power plant. That for all intents and purposes, that's kind of a done deal. We're just waiting for the PUC to bless that. But Clint Rigel has other plans, as do about 999 other people that have, I understand, signed a petition to prohibit Guam Power Authority from moving forward. The idea is, wait a second, have we exhausted all of the other potentials that we have around here for renewable energy and renewable sources of energy? And one of my favorite renewable sources of energy is trash. And I know it's one of your favorites as well. So as we will from time to time, it's important to get caught up to speed on where we are with the incinerator case, number one, and where we could possibly go here in the near future on incineration here on Guam. Now, the only distinction that I would make here at the outset is I don't think that even as large an incinerator as you and I want to build, it would still not be base load capable. Correct?
To some degree, you're correct. But, it could be a standby unit in terms of when the power output reaches its peak, usually very early in the morning for a few hours, and then in the evening for a few more hours. It can certainly be a standby unit, but ultimately we also have to keep burning that garbage because of a lot of these things that we're now seeing and experiencing. We're having now a lot of community organizations doing trash pickups on weekends. I know Senator Rigel has done, I think, at least one, maybe two community outreach to pick up trash. And as you can see, literally tons of garbage are being picked up just along the roadsides on the beach. And if you go into the jungle, you'll probably be tens of tons, if not maybe close to hundreds of tons of garbage that are in the boondocks. So why is this being done by the people?
Well, let me underscore that now, because I think it was Mary Torres over at the legislature applauding the adoption of the rules and regulations for the recycling revolving fund that drew the connection, same one that I did a couple of weeks back, that said we've got two things happening. It is now the intersection of a lot of trash that the vector creatures are using as places to breed, and a lot more trash out in the roadways and on the side of the roads and in the jungles. So this dengue outbreak is, I think, a result of both of those things happening in the kind of numbers that we've got. So if we take care of one, if we eliminate one of the problems, and we probably eliminate the other.
That's correct. In fact, old tires, when water gathers within the inner circle of the tires, of course, mosquitoes love that. It's very still water. They breed. It's warm. Perfect. But waste energy, they can burn these tires. I've talked with a couple of people that were interested in operating the waste energy when we were talking about this several years ago. And I talked about the tire situation. They said, oh, we can burn it. That's very good fuel because it has a high BTU rating. So they can mix that in with the regular garbage, and the heat factor will be much higher, which is good because the hotter the furnace, the less toxic gas would be emitted through the smokestack, because you actually break down the molecular properties of these toxic gases. It's like dioxins and furans, and you just emit the elements, the basic elements when the heat is very high, about 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, so tires, and this one gentleman that I was talking with about tires told me that, I told him about how many thousands of tires are on Guam, and also in Yap, where the dengue fever is also very critical. And he said, we can burn all these tires, Dave, in 3 months, everything. Yeah. And I go, really? And he goes, yeah, it only takes 3 months, so we'll run out of tires after that. And so we need a lot of garbage. And so, I just want to say that the military is supporting this, because they have a mandate that that a certain amount of their electricity consumption has to come from green energy. Waste to energy is considered green energy by the U.S. EPA. It is the second best type of clean energy that you can get, natural gas being number one. And so we have enough tonnage of garbage here. And with the Marines coming, we'll have more tonnage of garbage, to burn, to probably produce at least 12 megawatts of renewable power, maybe up to 24 megawatts, 2 modules. Each module is about 12 megawatts of output. And so it makes a lot of sense to consider this at this point in time, because Lejon is going to get filled up, and we already know that, there's a possible request for proposal out there for a new I think at least 1, maybe 2 new cells. Lejon has been designed for 11 cells of garbage. 2 are already filled up, and another one is going to be built for about $30 to $40 million.
Ouch.
It's going to be unsustainable in terms of the debt service that has to be covered. I mean, the first debt service is not even paid off. We're already building another cell. And when is the next cell going to be built? Maybe 2 or 3 years from now. Every 2 or 3 years, we're going to build a new cell. It's unsustainable. So it's best that we burn the garbage and deposit the ash at Lejon, which would extend the life of any landfill operation, probably upwards of 50 to 80 years, because all you're depositing is ash.
Yeah, and it takes up a significantly smaller footprint. Yeah, it's significant.
Exactly.
So I've always been sold on the concept of incineration, and I think even the hardest core environmentalists out there understand that we would shield them from the deadliest of the dioxins that come out of that. They'd be filtered out. Wouldn't necessarily be anything to worry about. And the trade-off, though, for the environment, less trash that is out there, less trash that is going to find its way into the rivers and the streams, and then finally the oceans and the beaches. That's good for everybody. I mean, that's good for the turtles and the porpoises and all of the little creatures in the sea that everybody wants to protect.
And economically, it'll be much cheaper than what we are paying now to deposit our trash down at Lejon without any type of incineration or any other type of program. It's just completely, just dumping it down there.
How do we get from, what have we got to do here now in order to get ourselves in a position where we could move forward with an incineration and a waste to energy plant? Because I think even the Guam Power Authority would go, yeah, if it does at 12 megawatts, I guess that'd be a handy addition to the process.
Sure. Now, the way this project is set up, and I'll repeat myself over the years here, but it is a private development. It has nothing to do with government funding, government obligations whatsoever. It's a private development, but they need to go out on the bond market to sell the bond in order for the investors to contribute to that. The issue here is how much interest are the people of Guam going to pay in the rate. And this is where the government can come in. And all the government has to do is tell the bondholders, this is a private development, but it has a public purpose. And therefore, the investors, the bond buyers, will treat this basically as a low interest bond purchase, because it's very similar to a municipal bond. So that's all that the government of Guam needs to do. And the second thing is, of course, once the contract is signed, then they have to bring the garbage to the incinerator plant. And the military is prepared to do that as soon as the government signs off on the contract. The commercial haulers that pick up the trash in the hotels and the supermarkets, etc., will also, be interested in something cheaper than what they're paying now to dump the trash down at Luzon. So economically, it's very good. And one thing that maybe the people don't know is that the debt service that we pay for this current 2 cells down at Luzon is partially funded by the Section 30 money. So before it even reaches the Treasury of Guam, the receiver and the bondholders basically take out their share, which is, I think, about $6 million out of Section 30, because the revenue derived from the tipping fees that are collected from you and every commercial operator is not enough to cover the debt service. So it has to be subsidized by, government.
So first lien on the Section 30 has always been the Luzon.
That's right. Now, granted, we are getting a lot more Section 30 money coming in because of the military build-up here and more personnel working, etc. But notwithstanding, that money could still be used for other government services rather than, debt service for a garbage dump.
Yeah, like, I don't know, help out Guam Memorial Hospital. There's 50 other things that we could use the money for. Let's give my teachers their increments and let's make them retroactive. Let's pay police officers a whole lot more money so maybe they're not going to be as susceptible to the allegations of corruption that seem to be abounding these days. There's more work that needs to get done on this. I'm glad that you haven't given up all of the ghosts.
One thing, if I may add, Ray, is that there's only one thing left to do, and that is for the governor to send a bill down to the legislature. This is part of the settlement agreement that was reached between the two parties, the government of Guam and Guam Resource Recovery Partners. A bill has to be sent down from the governor's office to the legislature saying that this particular project will not be affected by the no incineration law that's on the books right now. And I think it's opportune.
It'd be easier to just repeal it. For heaven's sakes, there's 10 Democrats down there. Between you and I, we got to be able to find 8 of them that would repeal that old legislation.
Private companies come in and offer their services. I don't see a problem with that, but somebody's got to work with the government to get the garbage, and GRP, should probably have first dibs on that at least, because they've been working on this. Now, as you are aware, the former president of GRP is in jail now, I think in Honolulu or in Oregon, for tax evasion in Honolulu. But notwithstanding, the company is still there. And, we have a new president, and he's working what needs to be done. But he's not taking a very active role here because of the lawsuit that's still in court. That lawsuit would probably go away if the government would consider just moving forward with this project and letting this private company take care of this aspect of solid waste management.
Let's get it done. Call Vicen, see Lou, and see maybe she can send something down.
Yeah, well, I do hope so. And, there are some individuals within her administration that are very supportive of this, and, they're working it. I no longer work for this company, Ray, but I'm still a strong advocate for this project. But one other thing, if I may add before we get off the phone here, with all due respect to Senator Rigel, I think what GPA is doing is the right thing to do. They're trying to retire a bunch of old generators with about a 33 to 40% efficiency rating, which means that for every barrel of oil, you've got so many BTU energy. And when you convert all of that to electricity, you lose effectively about, 60 to 70% in mechanical and heat energy. And the rest of it, roughly about 33% to 40% with the generators that we have now is what ends up, in your household as electricity. Now, what GPA is doing is that, there's new EPA regs that require that they burn diesel fuel now. No more black oil, no more polluting the air. We got to burn clean diesel fuel. And so they have to convert to that, but that's very expensive. So what is the offset? The offset is new technology in burning fuel oil with a better efficiency rating. And so those generators that GPA is looking to purchase, are more efficient. They're probably over 50% efficiency. So the efficiency means we can burn the fuel, same amount of fuel, but we're going to get more electricity out of it.
Right.
Therefore, offsetting the increased cost in diesel. So I think GPA is on the right track.
Well, and it's a double burner facility, so I mean they're going to be using diesel, and when they've got access to liquid natural gas, then they'll use that, and there are other savings that we net from there. I mean it's the difference between taking saying I love my 11-year-old truck that I got from DPW, so I'm taking it with me to the port. Frankly, it would probably be better if you got yourself a new truck that got better mileage and more efficient vehicle while you're down there at the new job. Just using that.
And make sure that your new truck can also operate on a different type of fuel that's cleaner and cheaper.
Well, there's and almost every generator that you buy, every gas generator that you buy, you can convert so that it runs on liquid natural gas or propane or something along those lines. So we're basically talking about the technology and a better way of understanding how electricity is made. 924, Dave, it's always a delight talking with you. We'll get together.
Great talking with you as well.
Unrelated to this, you now I understand that they've dropped a bunch of charges in that the case you've got over at Gura. You want to spend any time on that at all?
I can't talk about it until this case is over. So I'm going back to court today, and we'll see how we move forward on it.
Okay, good luck. I'll talk to you pretty soon. 924, Dave Sablon on the Ray Gibson Show, 93.3. Still got guys from KFC going to be coming in and treating Mike and I to something chewable to eat. That's nice. 924. Al's on the line on how GSWA might be able to get that $267 million back, or $267,000 back. Good morning, Al.
Hi, good morning.
What's up?
Okay, the money that was taken out from the GWS.
Oh, yeah, wait, I need you to do me a favor, bro. I need you to turn the radio all the way down because there's a little bit of an echo, and when the words come out of my mouth, I get to hear them again on the radio. So turn that all the way down. Go ahead.
So my boom box not good. Okay. Okay. Yeah, 267,000, like you said.
And that's what I'm told, yes?
Okay, you can trace that money. Who picked up that money? Is it to checking or to the bank? I know they can trace where that money went to.
So we'll just trace the funds. We know what bank account it should have been sent into.
Well,
that's my understanding of the case. As somebody said, yeah, I'm with this company that you normally give lots of money to, and we now have a different bank account. So if you could put all of the money into this account, we'd appreciate it. And then they took off.
See, they play around with you guys. Yeah. I know you can trace that, get back that money.
Okay, I'll tell the governor.
Yeah, tell the governor, or else I'm going to run for governor, and she won't.
Okay, amigo. Yeah. I'll talk to you. 888-825-888-TALK. Yeah, that's the deal. GSWA scam, they say, out of $267,000. Learning more and more details about how this scamming process worked over at GSWA. And if it is a cyber scam, then I will say that, unfortunately, there are a lot of companies that have fallen victim to something like this. There's a way that, and it's just one of these things where it's like a phishing scam where you'll get an email and it will look just like every email I've ever sent to you. It'll have my little signature thing down at the bottom of it, and it's got my name, and it will look like every email that comes out of my email system, my Gmail system. But it's not from me. It has been made to look like mine, and if it was me, I'd say, yeah, normally the Choice Broadcasting bank account number is this, but I've recently changed it, and so I'd like you to send the money here, and you'll go, oh, that's Ray. He's managing partner of Choice Broadcasting, and he's letting me know as a vendor, as somebody who buys his services, that they can now pay me in this number. So instead of giving what is the company's bank account number, I would give you my bank account number, and then you would take all of whatever it is that you're paying me for and pay Ray Gibson himself, not Ray Gibson, not Choice Broadcasting, the company.
Yeah, of course, the rule of thumb, you would never do that, and that's companies simply do not do that. They do not correspond about major business transactions like this through email. If they did, they would send you a letter saying, we are making some changes to our accounting. We need you to call the customer service people and find out what these changes are or whatever. Yeah. They would certainly never do this via correspondence on an email, and it just, it's amazing how people get snookered like that.
Well, like I said, it just seems to me there's a lot of companies out there where you've got, little old lady in accounting, and she gets an invoice from somebody, and she just starts writing checks. Here you go. Yeah, did you pay that? Yeah, I did. Got
That's
that?
a heck
Put
of
the
a
check in the
right there,
put
man.
the check in the mail. Well, what happens when we find was it one transaction, one single transaction of $267,000, or was it several of them?
Right, and see that's the thing. When I heard the story break, it's like, well, okay, so you transferred the money into a bank account somewhere. Surely you got to know where you transferred it to and put a stop on the check. And it doesn't seem like, well, at least none of that has come to fruition at this point.
I suppose. Well, we're going to continue to learn more about this over the next couple of days. On the other hand, the other point that I made early in the program, and sometimes you're with me from the very beginning to the end, sometimes you tune in late, and if you did, the piece of brilliance that I gave you early in the morning is when you've got a hammer in your hand, everything looks like a nail. And the hammer in our hand now is corruption. Everybody has, and we have no reason not to believe that our public, some of our public safety institutions have been compromised. We have no reason not to believe that certain parts of our government and the execution of the government of Guam is not compromised by corruption as well. And that's the hammer. So everything looks like corruption.
You must have said that in the 6 o'clock hour.
I did.
Yeah, I don't wake up until 8.
$267,000 worth of a scam. Was it a scam or was it some kind of an inside job? Is somebody from over at GSWA figured out a way to dip their hands in the revenue stream of this massive organization? It's collecting thousands and thousands of checks, about $31 at a time.
What if it was a test? Maybe it was just a test to see if something like that could happen, and now DOA is like, good grief, people, look what we got here. We got to fix this.
Everything coming through us here, guys. So like I said, that's what it is. Everything is going to look like corruption. Your brain will automatically close. I was trying to tell this story yesterday, and then I got distracted. And it is a truism that we use in writing and brainstorming. And sometimes I do this when I'm trying to do something creative. Is I'll get a piece of paper and I'll take words that are associated with the problem that I'm trying to solve and write them down one side of the sheet of paper, and then I'll take a bunch of random words on the other side of the sheet of paper. Your brain is wired to close concepts, so you'll see something that look, it's a word that is associated with what it is, computer words, right? And then on the other, just a bunch of random words. Your brain is going to try to force a connection between those piles of words, and so it's the same thing is going on here. Now that we believe that there's a lot of rampant corruption and crime going on in town, doesn't practically everything on the front page just scream corruption? Yes, GSWA scam, $267,000. Not a cyber scam. This is somebody's inside job. This is somebody in there trying to grab and snag that money. Army Guard soldier arrested in sexual assault cases. I wonder what that's linked to. What is the Siswico case going to get linked to? Governor is investigating the abuses of power. It's all happening in front of us and in front of our very eyes. Will we ever find out who is at the center of all of this? Wait a second. I can't tell you the name that is associated with the image that just popped into my head. It's spooky. 9:31 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. That's my number. iConnect's number is 888-8888. Call them up and ask them about the tax refund special that they've got going on. It's the deal that could get you a year's worth of iConnect service, and they'll give you a free month and a free phone. Terms and conditions apply. Find out what they are by calling iConnect.
If you've ever struggled for breath, you know what a scary experience it is. Whether you have asthma, emphysema, COPD, lung cancer, or another respiratory illness, the right medical treatment makes all the difference. GRMC's Pulmonology Clinic has the latest technology and respiratory equipment, staffed by world-class pulmonologists. Make an appointment today with GRMC's Pulmonology Clinic and start breathing easier. GRMC, where patients are partners.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has come out and reversed her decision about pursuing the possible impeachment of President Donald Trump. I'm Jerry Roberts, and at 7:20 a.m. on The Ray Gibson Show, we'll look at what goes into the thought process when a leader changes their position on an important issue.
You can find daily transcripts of The Extra Point at GuamTraining.com. Tune in every weekday morning at 7:20 for The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank on 93.3 The Point.
Time now, 9:32 in the morning. I'll run back. There's a bunch of other stuff. This is one of those days. I'm cursed with too much to talk about. There's between what's on the front pages of the news and a couple of the following pages in the Daily Post, plus all of the other stuff that I've managed to pack into what should be a 4-hour program. And I'll get to some of that. In fact, the number one job that gets no. It's probably the wrong way to frame this, but it is the number one no respect job. Right? I mean, I know about us. We're radio people, and there's a certain amount of gravity that comes with that. You know, governors, presidents, you know, those are cool jobs, and they demand a lot of respect. What job demands, I guess, the least amount of respect? And they've done a survey, and I'll tell you about that a little bit later on. In the meantime, I wanted to spend a couple of minutes with my friends from KFC in the studio this morning. Hey, Jose, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Ray. How are you this morning?
You know what? I'm awesome. I don't even have to tell the guy to cluster up to the microphone. He already knows what's good for the sound on the radio station. So a couple of questions first before we get into the promotion part of this. But how long you been with KFC?
I've been with KFC for going on 9 years.
Wow, lifer.
I know. So
Dude,
2011, I was there since high school, worked my way up, and I'm finally here.
So now, what's your current position at KFC?
I'm the brand manager and training manager.
Nice. Oh, wow.
So
you've been busy.
Yeah, they kind of gave me both jobs. So
you've been very, very busy. Well, I know that you guys opened up a new store on Route 8, which is like 2 minutes away from my house, so I'm a frequent guest. And then you've got the KFC up in Gigo that was open in the last year or so. So you've been busy doing some training, haven't you?
Oh yes, definitely. Beautiful store in Barragata, Route 8. It's a great location right there, and
it's because there's a Shell gas station, so you get your KFC and you can get your beer from the cave at the same time. Well, I can. I don't know about you because you're working hard. So, where did you start at KFC? What was the first job they give you?
I was at Mangilaw, KFC. I started as a cashier.
Yeah.
And then I eventually learned all the areas, such as the cook area, the prep area, worked my way to supervisor, assistant manager, moved out of the stores.
Neat. And then, so you're in the office now. So working the food part of it, what's the first thing that you learn at KFC? What because it's not like you can be the guy that now knows how to do everything in there, the pies and the fries and the chickens and the sandwiches. So what's the first thing they teach you on that job?
The first thing you learn at KFC is how to properly wash your hands.
Oh, really? Hygiene, very, very important.
That's the number one thing, right? Right when you start, clock in. All right, we're going to show you how to wash your hands properly so no one gets sick.
Right, very, very important. I'm glad that safety of the customer, safety of the crew is paramount over at KFC. But now moving from that, I mean, in terms of food handling, what's like the starter guy? You're the new guy, low man on the totem pole. You have to do this.
All right, so depending on position, if you're a cashier, let's say, so you first know the basic job duties, of course.
I would never be able to do the cashier thing. I am in awe of people at the fast food places, and especially the drive-thrus, right? Because you're dispensing product and taking orders at the same time.
Correct.
Yeah, those headphones that those guys wear. There's two things that are happening in the headphones. It's not like it's like two different, like listening to two different radio stations at the same time. Absolutely freaky, and so you're taking orders and conducting the transactions and doing credit card stuff. I don't know how you guys do it.
Take some time. Let me tell you that. It took me quite a few months to maybe a couple of years to really master the drive-through. You're multitasking. You're talking, you're packing the order, you're bagging it, you're talking to the window, you're drawing drinks.
It's crazy.
It's mayhem.
Yeah, absolute mayhem. Well, I'm glad you guys have sorted out the technology behind that. 9:36 in the morning. But we're here to talk about not so much your career, but I think it's fascinating. You get people, and you think in the fast food industry where there's a high turnaround, but then you got guys like you, go-getters, been there 9 years already.
9 years, yes.
They're going to give you your own store soon, right?
Not really,
not quite. Okay, well,
still
we'll
good.
work our way up to that. You guys got, there's always something going on over at KFC. They got the big breakfast promotion that they were doing for a while, and then they had another one of these. What was it? Like super low price bucket, 25 pieces of chicken for $1 or something.
12 pieces for $15.
That's what I was saying.
Every Tuesday. Actually, yesterday, all our markets were super busy yesterday, and people just want to come in. Hey, I heard about your ad now, and then man, we just. Customer after customer after guest, they were just ordering these the value buckets.
Okay, so that's every Tuesday?
Every Tuesday,
okay,
yes.
Right on.
Limited time, yes.
The Korean sweet chicken.
Korean fried chicken.
Korean fried chicken that you guys are doing. I got to say that's spicy on point, brother. That's nice. Is that a homegrown concoction? You guys put that together here?
So we use our existing chicken, and then we put our take on a sweet and spicy Korean sauce. All we do is just glaze it, top it with sesame seed, and there you go.
Oh, I know. I've had Unstoppable, and they've got there's a couple of different versions of that. You can get now a sandwich version of that, right?
Yes, the Korean Zinger sandwich.
Korean Zinger. You have to try at least one once. It's a big deal, and KFC is doing that right. And so the promotion that you're here to talk about now is...
All right, so starting Monday, October 7th, I'm sorry I didn't bring any samples. They all ate it all.
Get out. All right, interview's over. Get out.
I got you the next time. But starting Monday, October the 7th, we are starting our new promotions. This is the Mac and Cheese Bowl. And we have been waiting to bring this in from our corporate in the States, Mac and Cheese Bowl. And number 2 is our waffle sandwich or waffle burger.
Waffle burger. Okay, let me just go through this here in a second. So we've got the Mac and Cheese Bowl. You already have mac and cheese.
That's correct.
Yeah. So what's the difference with this?
So for this one, it's a bigger portion size, 2 scoops, and then we put our awesome popcorn chicken. We top it with a 3-blend cheese, and it just melts on top.
So like the gravy bowl. What's the one? The
mashed potato bowl and rice bowl. Yeah.
Okay, so the mashed potato bowl, rice bowl, and now it's been joined with the mac and cheese bowl.
Mac and cheese bowl.
Very,
yes.
very. Now, why did it take so long to come up with something like this? Because it seems to me that would have been the next progression in the different flavors that you got there, and just going from all the different sides and turning them into the primary attraction.
Well, when we were looking at some of the ads and what to have for the rest of the calendar year, our bosses was like, yeah, you know what? This sounds great.
Let's try this.
We're very Guam is our mix is very high on bowls because it's quick to go after school.
Oh yeah,
kids eat it, etc. So why don't we just shift and just try something new? Let's try this mac and cheese bowl, guys.
I like it. And then we've got the waffle burger.
Waffle burger, that's correct. So
tell me about that.
It comes with 2 of our scrumptious waffles. We got an original chicken filet patty and bacon. Simple as that.
Kind of cheese? You got cheese that goes on that?
There's no cheese.
Just okay, I like that. So we've got the waffly thing and the chicken thing. All right,
and the
perfect.
bacon.
And the bacon. Well, it's bacon because it's available for all the time, or is that just a breakfast?
So for the waffle sandwich and the mac and cheese bowl will be available on lunchtime. That's 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
All right, right. And underscore that. I was up in Jigo, and I don't know, I got up there about quarter after 10 o'clock in the morning one day, and I said, this is perfect. I'm at a KFC. I'm going to have breakfast. And the lady said, no, can't do that. And I said, okay, how about Zinger? And she said, can do that. And so I got my share of the KFC there. There's locations all over the place. So this all begins on October the 7th?
That's correct, Monday.
All right. And is this going to be permanent or just through the holidays, or what's the plan?
Well, limited time, so we're looking about maybe the next 6 to 8 weeks upon launch date. And let me tell you something else, Ray.
Yes, go ahead.
We got 2 new items here, right? Mac and cheese bowl and waffle sandwich.
The way it looks here.
All right, and then we have something great for the month of October for all of our new and returning guests. We're giving away free gravy for dine-in customers.
Okay, so you got to go to the store for this, but free gravy?
Free gravy for dine-in customers.
All right, we'll underscore that one as well. And before I let you go, because this is also going to be one of the big deals for me, I was at the KFC on Route 8. I want to say maybe, is it twice a week? At least once a week over the holiday season, because every week there was a new kind of KFC bowl or platter or plate or something that I was going to be able to get as a result of my purchases here. It was the free gift with purchase for the holidays at KFC. Is there any idea on what kind of gift KFC is going to be surprising the customers with over the holidays?
All right, so usually every year we have to do we don't have to, but we do our best to bring in a premium item for our guests. So unfortunately, we don't have an actual gift this year, but we do have something
I
special.
thought the free gravy was pretty cool, but go on.
We're bringing in Cinnabon dessert biscuits.
Oh.
So yeah, so imagine our biscuits. They have it's branded, so it's
so it's the same thing as you'd get at the mall. Cinnabon flavor is going to be over at KFC.
So we have our friends over at Cinnabon. They were able to help us out, and we got this is premium item. It's really great. We taste tested this over the summer in June, and let me tell you, it's really delicious.
All right,
this
so
is gonna be a
bomb holiday season over at KFC, and it starts on the 7th of October. So, hey, thanks so much for coming by the radio station.
Always great to be on your air today.
Oh, man,
appreciate it.
Well, it's good. You like coming to my place, and I like going to your place because it's close to the house and all that. 9:42 in the morning. You have a fantastic rest of the day. Mike, can I take a real quick break here, and I'll come back with all kinds of other stuff. Be right back.
Live
Live the balanced lifestyle. Take Care Insurance offers proven wellness and fitness programs to encourage individuals and families to live a healthy, balanced lifestyle through preventative care, being active, eating right, relaxing and unwinding, and being socially connected. They have the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs for all ages. Join the movement. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram or visit takecareasia.com to learn more.
Life happens. You need to go to work. The kids need to go to school. There are family events, friend events, any event, and everyone needs to communicate. When you need mobile services that you know you can rely on, choose GTA. As the winner of Ookla's 2019 award for Best Mobile Coverage on Guam, you can rely on us to offer you better plans to modernize your life, fit your needs, and keep you connected. So visit us today and let us help you connect. GTA, we start with you.
That's nice.
30 years ago, the very first Subway restaurant opened in Guam. Now, 15 restaurants later, Subway Restaurants is celebrating this milestone with a buy one, get one free offer every weekend, starting September 14th through October 12th. Come celebrate 30 years. Enjoy your favorite sandwich, salad, or wrap, all made with freshly sliced veggies and bread baked in every store. Take advantage of this buy one, get one deal. It's Subway Restaurants' way of saying thank you, Guam, for 30 wonderful years. Subway, make it what you want.
Emmett, Zantanya, Affligui, Conception, Lanyatanya, as we like to say. Welcome to the program, Excuse the Mess. Smug went with a great piece of advice for those of you working in the government of Guam that sometimes open up emails and things like that. Smug says, never click on the link in an email, even if you think you know the source. Go to the website manually. I get this all the time. I get something that looks like it's a note from PayPal on something, and I will mentally say, that ain't PayPal. And then I will get out of my email program, which is just Gmail, get out of that browser and then open up another tab, go to PayPal myself and log in that way. When you click on that link, it will fool you into thinking that you're at the real PayPal site. You probably aren't. And in most cases, that's just a phishing scam to get your login and password information. Something else will pop up, and you'll go, hey, what the heck was that? That was different experience for me. So just as he says, always go to the place yourself. Always treat all facets of the internet like a dark, dank alley. Another piece of advice from Smug here this morning, and he's right. I go back to the initial forms of this conversation that took place in the small 90s, just when we were still using things like FTPs and Darchies and all of the, a browser was just another cool internet tool that you had access to. You remember? On the 3.1 disc, the little tiny, little floppy disk to go in the machine, and you get the right bundle of them. If and I always was able to go to Cuentos because my sister worked there, and so she worked with the guys that basically put the internet on the map on Guam. And I was always able to get the latest and greatest of the browsery software, and like I said, the FTPs and the Whois and the Archie and all of those old school internet things. And the best piece of advice I got was from those guys up at Cuentos who said, "Stay in well lit places when you travel through the internet."
Remember Netscape?
I love Netscape.
I did too.
I thought great. Netscape was the sweetest browser in history.
It rocked. Then they made us go use the other one. Explorer.
Yeah, I don't know. So I want to say that is there still a version of Netscape around?
There is, absolutely.
Yeah. Because like I said, I thought that was pretty sweet. I want to say that it was not a memory hog either.
No,
I
it
could be wrong.
It was efficient. It ran
was
well.
a very, very efficient browser.
I mean, especially compared to Explorer.
Oh, God, yeah. Anybody can download PayPal's logo and paste it in an email, says Nate. Keena McCausland, don't hurt their feelings about it. I don't know what she's referring to that way. This is the same Keena McCausland that was rubbing our faces in it the other day with the Saints victory.
Saints. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah,
appreciate it. Ken LG's online. Sorry, Ray.
What's their username in the pick'ems? I'll make sure I don't
know. My
group,
bro Fred Schumann is online. Lynn Vince Borja Polino. I see Sylvan Tudela is there. Matt Wise is online. Huffa Scott Nelson. Good to have you and everybody else online this morning, especially late into the program. At 9:45, I got 13 minutes to kill in talk radio. And now some of you might be pondering a change in career. You know, they say that the millennials among us might be the first of the generations whose goals are not to have a single career. When I was 16 years old, they said, what do you want to do? I said, I think I might try radio because, you know, I had my dad's voice, and he did pretty good in radio and television on Guam in the 60s and 70s, and I thought it was pretty cool. He was always working inside, you know, got all kinds of free stuff from promotions, and yeah, I could do that. And as it turns out, I had a little bit of an aptitude for it. And now, look, here I am 40 years later, and I'm still trying to impress the dickens out of both of my dead parents. But having said all that, it was the one field that I figured I was going to go into and stay into. That's what my career is going to be. I will be a broadcaster, for lack of a better word. I know that there are people that went and studied on how to become doctors and lawyers, and there are people that went and studied vocational things, so they could be in the construction industry, and so that's the way it worked. That was the way you were supposed to chip out your life back in the day. But the millennials now, they're going, yeah, you know what? I think I'll be a veterinarian for a while, and then after that, I think maybe I'll go into, I don't know, dentistry, or maybe after that, you know what, I'd like to be a librarian for a little while. They have their eyes on a variety of different careers. Maybe I'll grow basil in Junior or something like that. Maybe, I don't know. But everybody thinking in those kind of terms about having different options in terms of careers and being able to provide for themselves and their families. And maybe that's you that I'm talking to. Maybe it's you that's out there, and they're going, yeah, I think that's what I would like to do in my life, is do something other than what I've been trained and been doing for the last 20 years. Now, I don't know how to do that. If somebody came to me and said, you couldn't be on the radio, Gibson, what would you do? And my answer was, you know, I could learn how to steal cars, because that might be fun. There might be some money in it. I could, with, I think, very little effort, because I do have a little bit of a marketing background. I could probably get into the drug dealing business with not too many hassles. And even if I got caught, they'd just let me go like they let all of the other drug dealers go. So maybe there's something like that. Now, if you, and this is going to hurt people's feelings. The job with the least prestige. So if you are going to change your careers, maybe don't look in this direction. The job with the least prestige, according to a study, is real estate broker. A nationwide Harris poll of adults measured America's perceptions of the most and least prestigious professions. The professions with the greatest prestige, as you might imagine, doctors, scientists of one kind or another, and firefighters. Mm-hmm. Firefighters, I mean, they're right up there, top three. Now, the professions with the least prestige, stockbroker, accountant, and real estate agent.
Yeah, I think people see those as easy money, although stockbroker is not an easy job. Yeah. And real estate agent is not an easy job either, but it is perceived as being one compared to the amount of money you make.
It is not an easy job. I know real estate people. I've got a lot of love and respect for real estate people, because for all intents and purposes, they work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I know many of them, the more successful ones, have never had a weekend off in their careers, because they're out doing open houses and they're out doing showings at all hours of the day and night. And these were when they first came out with beepers and cell phones. You better believe it was real estate people that bought all of them at first, because they needed to be in touch with folks right away. And the more successful ones are the guys that you can reach out to at any hour, day or night. And they will get right back to you. We make a big deal about my Auntie Lolita Cammett and giving her phone number out. And most people say, I don't put my phone number on the radio, but that's her life. That's her life. I did another, and she might be on Facebook now watching the program, Lola. And Lola Calvo and I have worked together on a transaction or two or three. And she's another one of these people that my schedule, her schedule, sometimes the only times that we were able to get together and talk about the real estate deal was on the weekends or evening hours. Not that that was unpleasant, but, you know, she got a life, she got a family. So I don't know about that real estate thing. 888-8255 is a telephone number around here. Think about the different professions and the amount of love and respect that you think they garner. Governor, we ought to do that here on Guam. Just lay out all these different positions. Senator in the 35th Guam legislature, how much prestige do you suppose that position really has? And that's what we do, is we get these positions, and we ask the people that are in the positions, how much prestige do you, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much prestige do you think a senator in the 35th Guam legislature has? I can see these guys coming through with a big 9, 9.5, 9.9, right? No 10s, because we're humble. But what about governor? Governor of Guam, how prestigious do you suppose that position is? I suppose among other politicians, other elected representatives might be a pretty high grade that they'd give themselves. But what would, say, Jack give in terms of prestige for senators and governors? What do you think, Jack?
So what's the difference between the 35th legislature and a mosquito?
I give up.
One's a blood-sucking, disease-spread environment, and the other one is a mosquito.
I let you walk right into that, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. Low-hanging fruit.
All right, but what's going on, buddy?
Gibson, I know.
What's
anyways.
Hey, listen, no, because I'm gonna say, I would say the same thing. I'm a talk radio guy, right? Here I am. I'm sitting on a microphone in a studio and think I lord all of this power and influence over Guam. And, you know, for all intents and purposes, I'm just a glorified disc jockey that's out of records, you know? That's it.
Well, you know, I heard the KFC promo, and, you know, they owe me a few buckets of chicken, because a few years ago when they were out there tearing down all those Southern statues, I stood guard and made sure Colonel Sanders wasn't harmed.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
Dressed up as a plantation owner, and don't want to get those people all riled up. So
Nope, not in this day and age of political correctness.
They owe me a big thank you. But I caught, you know, yesterday I was over at Auntie Lou's bank trying to get my $9 out of the ATM, and I couldn't, so I had to go in. And I don't know why it was full of Manumcos yesterday, full of older people. I felt very young.
End of the month, everybody doing bill paying, and it is deep in the Manumco generation to get the piece of paper stamped and make sure that the bills for the cable and the power and the water are stamped received by the bank.
Yeah. So, anyways, I held the door open while one of our Manumcos walked in with his cane, and I stood in line while he went into that. You know, that special line, that my money is better than your line, over there in the corner.
Yeah.
And he signed in, and there was another person that came in after him, another Manumco, like a minute later, and signed in after him. So there was 3 Manumcos sitting down waiting to get service.
Yeah.
So this millennial guy behind the counter, you could tell, right? He's all buffed up, like he's been working at Pacific Gym for like 3-4 hours a day, but can't attend mass on Sunday for 1 hour. So he comes out and he calls the next name, right? And the next name was the guy that came in last, the Manumco that came in last.
Oh my God! Was there a civil war?
Yeah, he got up and he proceeded to the front counter. Now, the guy that came in before him, the one that had held the door open, got pissed off.
Sure.
And he went up and says, "Why did you call me?" And then the young guy just said, "Well, you know, I'm just calling the next name on the list." And what the guy that came in last, what he did was he crossed out the 2 names that were above him. And he was just sitting there and you know, stood up, and the guy that I helped in, he had a cane, and he shoved it in the chest of the other Manumco.
My God.
And I had a flashback. Remember when Nino Blas and Mayor
Gumatauta, yeah.
Yeah, he had that slugfest in the legislature. I was, oh man, it's going down. So this young millennial had a hard time separating these two, but you know, he got them serviced. He took both of them. He took one of them to one counter, and he serviced the other one.
Mm-hmm.
The sad part, this is how you know he had true power. The sad part is the guy that came in first. that was sitting there that signed his name first didn't get service. And so I just laughing my head off. And I took this up as a opportunity that is real power.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you could come in and just scratch a guy's name off the list and get not be reprimanded, but
So we got to do that. There's a couple of restaurants. There's one restaurant in particular that I'm thinking about in my head. It's consistently busy, usually about between 5:30 and 6:15 or something like that in the general GPO area. I won't be specific, but they're one of those places you get busy, so you write your name down on the list. So you're right. I think maybe the next time I come in, I'll just scratch out a couple of the names in front of me, and they go Gibson,
yes.
party of three, Gibson.
That's the real nature of power there, man. Oh my goodness. But
I'm totally gonna do that.
At the same time, I was wondering why there was a lot of Monumcos there, because I know the cola checks weren't out. So now that you enlightened me, it kind of
you think about it. You go there. It's the end of the month, and people want to pay their bills at the very last minute, and so they want to make sure that everything gets stamped. Hey, I got to run. I got one last piece of news that I got to pass along before we go into the Fox News here in just a second. Story that I saw on CNBC just a few minutes ago. Actually, it was more like 40 minutes ago, but there's too much other stuff racing around in my head. Apparently, North Korea has launched a missile. According to the Japanese Coast Guard, their chief cabinet secretary said that at least one projectile launched by North Korea landed in Japan's EEZ off the Shimane prefecture. So is their aim getting a little bit better? Is that just dumb North Korean luck here? I don't know. There's a picture of the jiggly and fat Kim Jong-un in the follow-up press that comes with this. But keep your eyes and ears out. At least one projectile launched by North Korea has landed in the EEZ off of Japan's coast. So keep an ear on this. Might actually be part of Fox News Live here in just a little bit. Currently, I hear music in the background. That means one thing. Shut up. Okay, I will in 20 seconds. The radio station you're listening to is KUSG, again, 93.3, the Ray Gibson Show for Kevin Kerrigan, Michael Knight, Blake Watson, and Jose from KFC. Thanks so much for listening and being part of the program. I'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 6. In the meantime, right-wing bomb throwers for the remainder of the day, Tall Tales at 4. This is The Point.
HD3 will appear. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. 2 State Department officials will appear before House committees as they continue their impeachment inquiry.
The two? Well, the first is Ambassador Kurt Volker. He's the former U.S. envoy to Ukraine. He's confirmed an appearance for Thursday. The former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch, will do so October 11th. In a letter to the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Chairman this morning, Secretary Pompeo writes, quote, I'm concerned with aspects of the committee's request that can be understood only as an attempt to intimidate, bully, and treat improperly the distinguished professionals of the State Department, including several career Foreign Service officers.
Fox's Rich Edson at the State Department. U.S. officials confirm North Korea has fired at least one projectile off its eastern coast in what appeared to be a demonstration of its military capabilities ahead of nuclear talks with the U.S. He resigned yesterday. Now, former New York Republican Congressman Chris Collins has pled guilty to securities fraud, conspiracy, and making false statements to the FBI. Authorities say he leaked confidential information about a drug company where he was the largest shareholder and sat on the board.
By virtue of his position, Collins helped write the laws of this country, yet acted as if the law didn't apply to him.
U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Jeffrey Berman, Collins will be sentenced in January. Testimony has concluded for the day in the sentencing of a white former Dallas police officer convicted of murder in the fatal shooting of a black neighbor. The Dallas County State District Court jury found Amber Geiger guilty of murder in the 2018 shooting of Botham Jean. His mother tearfully telling the court she can't work or eat and is having a difficult time since his death. Geiger's lawyers had said she mistook Jean for an intruder in her apartment when she shot him to death. She faces 5 to 99 years in prison. America is listening to Fox News.
I'm Neil Cavuto from Fox Business. In high school, I managed a fast food restaurant. I saw the power of business and the importance of making your money work for you.
I'm Liz Clayman. In life, it's not just how you invest, it's for whom you're investing. We care about your success, and we want to be a part of it.
I'm Charles Payne. I go way beyond the headlines to help you through the markets every single day. It's all about investing in your future, your American dream.
Fox Business.
Invested in you.
Attention Dish customers, football season is here, but you could miss it. Dish dropped FS1 and BTN. Dish customers will miss college football on FS1 and BTN, MLB playoffs on FS1, and more. Dish dropped your favorite Fox Sports and shows, so drop Dish. Dish customers, switch to another TV provider that carries your Fox Sports and shows. Call 1-800-KEEP-FOX or visit keepfox.com.
A San Francisco neighborhood looking for a new way to keep homeless people from camping out after large rocks they put on their street were taken away.
The boulders were not only a source of controversy, pitting residents against activists, but they became a road hazard. That's because several of the 24 boulders that were installed on the sidewalk in San Francisco were being pushed into the street. The city has now removed all of the large rocks at the request of the neighbors in the area. Initially, several folks who live near Clinton Park in San Francisco raised about $2,000 to help buy the boulders. Some neighbors say they were fed up after calling the city and police several times with little to no response, so they resorted to the rocks.
Fox's Jeff Paul. The National Rifle Association declaring victory after San Francisco Mayor London Breed told city departments to ignore part of a resolution labeling the NRA a terrorist organization. The resolution directs the city to assess ties between its contractors to the NRA, but Breed said in a September 23rd letter to department heads that supervisors cannot change city law by resolution. The NRA said that Breed was backing down, but the city attorney's office says the resolution was never intended to change the city contractor law, and the mayor is not conceding. Another conflict of interest in the Jussie Smollett case.
A Cook County judge tapped Dan Webb in August as special prosecutor to probe state's attorney Kim Foxx's handling of the Jussie Smollett case.
I have to go where the facts go, and I cannot let politics dictate where I go and how I make decisions.
Turns out Webb donated $1,000 to Fox's campaign. His law firm held a fundraiser for her, all of which Webb says he doesn't recall. A hearing now is set for Friday in which he could recuse himself or a judge could tap a replacement. In Chicago, Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Wall Street, the Dow lost 343. The NASDAQ fell 90. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
The Guy Benson Show will be
Fox on Tech.
Meet Barry, a virtual assistant.
I'm good. How are you? You look great. New hairstyle, right?
Barry is a virtual reality human who gets fired over and over.
Well, this sounds official.
He was created by a Los Angeles-based company called Tailspin, which specializes in making training programs using augmented and virtual reality, like Barry, who gets fired.
So what we built was basically a scenario or a scenario-based VR platform where you put on a headset and in front of you is a virtual human. And use your voice to naturally interact with them, and they're very expressive and emotive to the extent that you actually get all of the natural reactions that you would if you were really in that scenario.
Kyle Jackson is the Tailspin CEO.
So for us, that was the barrier to this being effective, and so we built Barry, our friend who's gets fired more often than he would like, purely as a test.
With Fox on Tech, I'm Brett Larson, Fox News.
From the Fox News radio studios in New York City, giving you opinions and facts with a positive approach. It's Brian Kilmeade.
Thanks so much for listening. It's going to be a big hour. We're going to be joined by Brigadier General Robert Spaulding, and he's going to be important because we're talking China, not celebrating 70 years of communist brutal rule, but talking about how they infiltrated our system, plays right to what Donald Trump's trying to get across, and why Joe Biden might be ready to acquiesce on the Chinese front. Also, some disturbing news on that front. You know, you've been watching the protests happen in Hong Kong, and you wonder when the crackdown would start. There was a protester shot point blank in the chest. Now, we know there are thousands of Chinese military men and women, I imagine mostly men, outside the border of Hong Kong. And I'm wondering if the crackdown's going to begin. And they don't care about brutality. This is the same country that puts millions of Muslims in jail because they're Muslims. So we'll talk about that. And Alan West is waiting on deck, Lieutenant Colonel Alan West. So let's get to the big three.
Now, with the stories you need to know, it's Brian's Big Three.
Number 3. California is making history by becoming the first state to allow college athletes to make money off deals like professional sports stars. Governor Gavin Newsom signed the bill on LeBron James' HBO program, The Shop. College athletes will be able to hire agents and get paid for things like jersey sales or video game licensing.
Well, there you go. Gayle King of CBS says, let them go pro. Not her saying it, but talking about it. Hey, thanks, California. Not only have you taxed the allure out of the state, now you want to take the joy from college sports as they pass a law to pay college players by themselves unilaterally. Well, I agree for major sports on major universities, pay is coming. This is not the way to do it. I will explain, and hopefully you will weigh in.
Number 2.
How many times have you ever spoken to your son about his overseas business dealings?
I've never spoken to my son about his overseas business dealings.
Okay, that's not true. Joe Biden knew nothing about Burisma, right? That overseas Ukrainian energy company. Hunter and big payouts, right? Never came up. So stop asking everybody, is that okay with you? Deal. But wait a second, one last question. Why are you, Mr. Vice President, and Hunter seen in a photo golfing with 2 Burisma executives out in the Hamptons? I'm waiting.
Number 1.
For over a year, people have asked me to declassify. So what I've done is I've declassified everything. He can look. And I hope he looks at the UK, and I hope he looks at Australia, and I hope he looks at Ukraine. I hope he looks at everything.
Yeah, by the way, there's your major blockbuster story, Washington Post and New York Times. And I guarantee you one thing, that soundbite is not playing on CNN and MSNBC. New revelations on Trump's impeachment investigation. They are so easily explained, you wonder if the Washington Post and New York Times are even trying to cover their bias these days. I'll explain to you all of them. Although, that soundbite just said everything. Yesterday, the Washington Post and New York Times had different versions of the same story. They said the President of the United States might have asked his Attorney General to talk to other nations about an investigation. Like Australia? You mean where Ambassador Downer was there and talked to George Papadopoulos? Oh, you mean like the UK? Where Joseph Mifsud was a professor? Yeah. You mean in Italy? Yeah. Where Mifsud went to spy school and that's where he might be sequestered at this very moment? Exactly. That's called following the trail of an investigation, having a true aggressive attorney general, and that is why John Durham was hired by that attorney general. Get ready. Every day or every other day, there are going to be different IED stories that will tell you how corrupt Donald Trump is and how he's ill-equipped and he's a mob boss using the Oval Office for his personal gain, as if he wants to become president so he could have have Air Force personnel stay in a Scottish hotel. That was a payoff, right? So these revelations come out, and about 4 o'clock I see them, and I remember what John Meacham said yesterday, the esteemed historian. I look for different versions of this story to go beyond the Ukraine throughout the week. Well, sure enough, Monday afternoon, we got it. There's just not a big deal there because Trump told you about it. Listen to the whole soundbite.
A whistleblower, when you have a whistleblower that reports things that were incorrect, as you know, and you probably now have figured it out, the statement I made to the president of Ukraine, a good man, a nice man, was perfect. It was perfect. But the whistleblower reported a totally different statement, like the statement it was not even made.
So the quid pro quo, which said, if you do this, I'll do that, wasn't there. And now I know for sure it's not there because according to the envoy to the Ukraine, who since resigned over the weekend, Kurt Volker, over the weekend he came out and said, and was tweeted this out, that the president's holdup of the $391 million, most of which was for lethal aid to fight against Russia, lethal aid that Barack Obama would not give to the Ukraine, was held up for a month. And do you know when that conversation happened July 25th, the new president had no idea it was even held up? When Rob Portman found out it wasn't being sent over, he got in touch with the president in mid-August. He released it in the second week in September. That's the story, but nobody is comfortable reporting that. But real quick, just so you are armed at the water cooler or on your way home or at the barbecue this weekend, for those who say the president sold us out to Australia and the UK and we're